myself. You also remember him from several of his other projects like Sherlock Holmes, for instance. Benedict Cumberbatch also went on to do yet another amazing project called The Imitation Game. So this is the movie poster from this project, and this movie is set in the World War times, World War II to be precise. This was a time when the Nazis, the Germans had an upper hand. They were clearly winning the war. And one of the great advantages that these Nazis had was an encryption machine called Enigma. Today, you and I have the privilege of having our WhatsApp messages encrypted end to end. So nobody else can read your WhatsApp messages. Your simple good morning, good night messages are kept so secretively that only you and your receiver gets to actually read it. But back in those days, this was a technology that was uh, uh, privileged only for the military communications, and the Germans had a very good way of doing this encryption. And because the code of Enigma could not be broken, Alice really struggled to beat the Nazis. It is at this juncture that an amazing English mathematician called Alan Turing and his team walk into the war scene. They crack the code of Enigma, and this kind of brings the World War to an end after 1 or 2 more years, if I remember right. So this movie is all about how Alan Turing and his team go on to break the code of Enigma, and also a bit on the injustices that were meted out to Alan Turing back in his days. So why exactly are we gathered here today this afternoon and talking about movies and world wars when the title clearly says that we should be talking about AI in scientific research, writing and publishing? I just wanted to drive home the fact that Alan Turing here, when did he live? Somewhere during the World War times, that was 1940s, 1950s. And this man here was not just a computer genius, he is also considered as one of the founding fathers of artificial intelligence, and he easily lived at least 60 plus years ago, which means the terminology and technology of artificial intelligence has existed for 6 decades. Just that you and I, the common man, we were not talking about artificial intelligence on every single FDP we have, on every single FIP, CMEs, and basically any program, be it professional or social gathering these days, we keep talking about artificial intelligence. And this has happened only in the past 2 years. And where did this all start? It all started thanks to this phenomenon called ChatGPT. So OpenAI introduces ChatGPT in November 2022, and ever since we have not stopped talking about this tool. So what is so special about this chatbot? Because we are not new to chatbots. If you have ever ordered your food through a food aggregator like Swiggy, Zomato, or if you have ever ordered a product from an online portal like Amazon, for instance, anytime you have a grievance, you're not directly directed to talk to a human being, but rather you will be chatting, or you'll be conveying your grievance through simple back and forth messages. And these messages happen to run on chatbots. So chatbots are nothing new. There have been several companies which have mastered chatbots much before ChatGPT. But this chatbot here was special because, unlike the other chatbots which can only communicate with you in very limited ways, ChatGPT is versatile. It is definitely intelligent in its own sense, I would say, and it can hold human-like conversations for quite a long time, and it can pretty much answer any question you want as long as the information is available on the internet. And this is the beauty of ChatGPT, but then it is also the limitation of ChatGPT. ChatGPT cannot just create something out of thin air. The information has to exist. Only then ChatGPT can basically bring that information back to you. So because ChatGPT stood on the shoulders of giants like Google itself, which had already mastered multilinguality, even in the first week that ChatGPT was introduced, it was already well versed, or it could work around with 50 languages. It even had close to 3, 4 Indian languages even to start with. So this accessibility in terms of language made this tool pretty dear, not just to the English speaking population, but also to the non-English speakers as well. So how was our lives like before ChatGPT? Just 2 years ago, we didn't have ChatGPT. So how did we survive the world? How did we survive the internet? We had amazing search engines like Google. I'm not talking about the AI powered Google that we have today. I'm talking about our traditional, old, conventional Google, where when you ask a question, Google finds 10,000 different resources for you and throws it all at you. And the onus is on you to go find which of these humongous list of resources are really relevant. Pick up the relevant resources, read for yourself, summarize, and then come to a conclusion. But when ChatGPT walked into the room, we all quickly shifted our loyalties from Google to ChatGPT because ChatGPT was convenient. ChatGPT was not creating information. Even today, it does not create information, but it is a glorified search engine. It is a very efficient search engine which can bring you any information from any nook and corner of the internet as long as the information is accessible to ChatGPT. And these all definitely added to the popularity of this tool. And when I talk about ChatGPT, I'm not just talking about ChatGPT. I'm using the term ChatGPT as a collective term to mean all of these popular general purpose Gen AI. It could be Claude, it could be your Microsoft Copilot. All of this put into a cluster is what I mean when I'm talking about ChatGPT. And we were all so hooked onto this new technology that within the first year of ChatGPT being introduced, followed by all of its cousin tools, we as a collective visited just the top 50 AI tools over 24 billion times. That is how these tools got popular, and there was massive growth. And sometimes we were so excited by the technology that we never paused to see what could be the limiting factors. So one of the first limiting factors that we discovered a bit later in this journey is that the results that come out of these Gen AI tools are only as good as the questions or the prompts or the instructions that you give into these tools. So if you give very poor prompts, then your results are also going to be poor. They're not going to be accurate enough. So you are expected to master something called prompt engineering. Prompt engineering is nothing but a set of frameworks wherein you give very specific details in but thorough details so that the tool can understand what exactly you are looking for. So one of the simplest frameworks that you could follow is this 5-step framework, where you set the context, set the task, and give very clear step-by-step instructions, and you clarify and refine your prompt as and when necessary. It's not like you give a prompt, you get the result out of ChatGPT, throw it onto your documents, and then wash your hands of this project. That can never work. You have to keep going back and forth with ChatGPT or any of these tools to refine the results that you get before you can even think of using them on any of the documents, especially when you're talking about very serious documents like your scientific manuscripts, for instance. So what do I mean by context? Say, for instance, I'm someone interested in photosynthesis. So I can just simply ask what is photosynthesis to ChatGPT. Of course, ChatGPT will give me a good answer, but it'll give me all this equation with 6 CO2, 6 H2O, all this blah, 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 the traditional photosynthesis equation. But what if I'm trying to teach photosynthesis to grade 6 students? What if I'm a school teacher trying to teach this concept to my grade 6 kids? Then this information is not of much use to me because my grade 6 kids will not understand what CO2 is, what H2O is. So the entire tone, the content has to change. Why did not ChatGPT do that for me? ChatGPT must have known that I'm a grade 6 teacher. It must have toned down its content. It must have given me more relatable examples. Yes, it'll respect the context that you said, but only when you set the context. This is where prompt engineering becomes important. When I prompt saying that, okay, I'm trying to create a lesson plan for grade 6 kids following the CBSE curriculum. I want to teach them photosynthesis. I want to have clear examples, analogies that these kids can understand, and homework examples, or say I want to set them on tasks for them to have some experiential learning experiences. Unless and until I communicate these requirements to ChatGPT, I cannot expect ChatGPT to magically understand what is running in my head and giving me the right answers. This also applies when you try to use ChatGPT for research. It is on you to clearly explain that you're trying to do a proper literature review and synthesis on this topic. Therefore, the summary has to come from journal articles, from very specific journal articles. We don't want information from Q4 journals. We only want information from indexed Q1, Q2, Q3 journals. And then also every single key information has to have a citation. All of these citations have to be collated into a reference list at the end of the document. ChatGPT does not understand all of this yet. At least most of these free versions of these tools do not. But when you set the prompts, they will do a decent enough job. You still cannot expect a human level job sometimes, but at least they don't run into hallucinations. They don't try to give you false references and citations. Once you make sure that they go double check their work and give you only what is relevant. So your prompts should act like these flags along the path which guide these AI tools to take the right sources, acknowledge them appropriately, and then end up on the right kind of documents, depending on whatever your goal is. Now, maybe with these new models like ChatGPT's, the OpenAI O1, for instance, we might do away with the need for very clear prompt engineering, because these tools are touted to be as intelligent as a PhD researcher. And then maybe you don't have to worry about prompts. You can just throw bits and pieces of what lies in your head, and maybe they will get intelligent enough to understand and give you accurate results. And though this has been the talk of the research town for the past 3 months, we still have to really wait and see how well these models do in a case by case scenario, in our everyday scenario for the requirements of your normal research population. So at the interface, ChatGPT is a chatbot. That's very clear. At the back end, how do these tools work? They are something called large language models, which are AI that go pick test data, that go process test data. The word to be underlined is they process, they never understand. These tools do not understand the meaning or context of the text that they are handling, but they are probability models which are very good at taking an intelligent guess as to what the next set of words could probably be. So when I give ChatGPT 5 words, it can take an intelligent guess as to what the 6th, 7th, and 8th word could be. And then this keeps happening over and over to give you the content. This, of course, happens at a quick pace, and it processes through thousands of millions of data points sometimes to give you the information. But that does not make ChatGPT intelligent in a very conventional sense, or it does not make it creative in a conventional sense. Though the images that come out of ChatGPT look like they're all very creative images, in reality they are not. They are just a mix and match and a mashup of what already exists. So this is one other limitation of these Gen AI tools that you should remember. These tools are not creative, which means when you ask these tools to go and find a novel research question for you, a novel research gap for your project, maybe they'll not get it right, because they are still going to pick up this information from elsewhere, process it, and only bring it back to you, which means when a task is creative, it is better that the human does it and not outsources it to these Gen AI tools. Now let us imagine that we're all sitting in a real classroom and this session is happening offline. So I ask you to pick up your notepads, take a pen or pencil out, and then I'm going to give you 1 minute to draw what you see on the screen. And let us say I keep encouraging you over those 60 seconds, and now these 60 seconds are over. The next task is for you to show the picture that you drew to your neighbors and then to me. Now, even without having done this task with you, considering that this is online and it will get a bit more chaotic, I can tell you this is how your drawing must have looked like, at least somewhere, some different version of this. Now let me ask you a question. How many of you live in a house that looks like this? I live very close to the city in Coimbatore, which is a city in the northwestern part of Tamil Nadu, I can say, and I don't see such houses anymore, not much, at least in the place where I live. I definitely don't live in a house that looks like this. As much as I wish I did, it is not happening. But Even today, when you ask me to draw a house, I keep drawing the same house. That's exactly what you did. Your reality is something completely different from what you were taught during your kindergarten days, but you still keep loyally repeating the same house over and over. You even teach your kids to draw the same house, the same mountain, the same sun, and the river. This is learned bias. Now imagine you as fully grown adults who have very clear access to the reality around you. You still are so biased in the way that you process and present information. Now, these AI tools are just toddlers on the block. They have no experience whatsoever of the real world. They only depend on the training data that they are provided. In other words, if I give all of your drawings as the training data into an AI tool, train it saying that, okay, this is the mountain, this is the house, this is the sun, and so on. And then when I set out on a task where I'm asking the AI tool to repeat the drawing, I'm pretty sure it'll draw something that looks similar to what you see on the screen, because AI is biased. Why is AI biased? Because the data that AI uses uh, for being trained is biased. Why is that data biased? Because the data were created by us humans, who are highly biased creatures. And removing this bias from the existing data is not going to be an easy task, though instead these companies can claim whatever they want. The bias in the test data is definitely a huge concern. So let us see a clear example of what an AI will do when you set the AI to a task of drawing an image or creating an image from a simple prompt. And these images were created using the tool Midjourney, I believe, where the user had to give very simple prompts. The user had to say, okay, draw a lawyer or create the image of a prisoner, so on and so forth. When we looked at these images for the first time 2 years or so ago, we were all pretty amazed. This looks like it has made our lives easier. We no longer had to learn Photoshop. We can just describe anything that is in our head and we get a ready-made image. Yes, that was nice. That is still nice. And even today, these images are pretty amazing. But once you're done being amazed, look at these images once again. Take a pause, take a breath, and tell me what's wrong with them. Because there definitely is something wrong. Even when you assume that we're all sitting somewhere in the US, do you think all prisoners look like that? Or to rephrase my question, are all prisoners black, or are most prisoners black in the US? How many of you would be treated by a nurse who looks like that in those hospitals? The more important question is, why should a nurse look like that, and why should a cleaner look something completely different? Where is this polarization coming from? Where is this stereotyping coming from? It's coming from all the websites, all the flyers, all the movies and posters that we have created over the past several decades. And AI is simply picking up these biases, amplifying them, and throwing it right back at our faces. So, what does bias mean in terms of finding research information? A very simple, obvious bias is AI tools depend more on open access information and less on subscription information, simply because that is what is accessible. So, I don't see even a single AI tool which can claim that it has access to all literature out there, even when it is a subscription based paper, which means the narrative that you get is clearly biased towards open access literature. And we all know that open access literature has a huge bundle of its own problems, considering that publishers are coming up with very less stringent peer reviews, or say they publish papers for money, they publish papers quickly, there are predatory journals. There are just so many issues around open access publications. And when such flawed information is what is available majorly to most of the AI tools, this also applies to the AI tools I'll be introducing later in the session. This asks you to be a bit cautious and always apply a human filter before you trust anything that comes out of an AI, because an AI tool will amplify the dominant voices, whereas rejecting or marginalizing the marginalized voices even more, that can never be good. In social science backgrounds, in biotechnology, in microbiology, and nowhere else can this be really, really good. So today, AI is everywhere. Any field you pick up, AI is there. And even within microbiology and biotechnology streams, there are so many research capabilities or say data analysis that can be automated using AI, making the jobs available even much scantier, I would say. So that's a discussion for a different day. But what we have missed here is that the technology of AI is going ahead pretty fast. So it's like running a race with Usain Bolt. Even when he's on a 100-meter race, it feels like this guy is 200 meters ahead of everyone else, and the poor chaps running behind him, they're only competing for the second place. When you run with Bolt, you don't run for the first place at all. And uh, the race that we are on with AI looks something like this. The technology is pretty fast. It just developed so much in the past 2 years. We wouldn't have imagined such an explosion if someone had told us just 2.5 years ago. But what has happened in this rapid development of technology is that everything else got left behind, the legal aspects of it. So the training data that these AI tools used, where it even picked up from legitimate sources, is it ethical to use these AI tools, or what these tools are doing, are they really following all the ethical considerations? We are not even talking about how AI can really affect the social balance, how it is going to make the divide between the haves and have nots even more. And one other aspect we don't even think through is the environmental impact, because running an LLM is quite a costly affair on the environment as well. But none of us are talking about that because we are also stuck on how amazing the technology is, or we are stuck with criticizing just the technology without considering the other effects. So we must really have a holistic view of this technology before we take a call to take it forward in any field, I would say. So before we venture into understanding a handful of AI tools that could help you in your scientific writing and publishing processes, it's important to acknowledge that this world of AI is very complex. There are so many layers to it, and it is evolving every single day. And we humans do not understand all parts of this evolution yet, and that calls for a lot of caution alongside the excitement that we have for these amazing tools as of now. So, on that note, I'm Dr. Saumya, and I enjoy doing three things in my life. The first is that of being a parent to this almost 11-year-old and all the stray dogs, cats, birds, caterpillars that she has brought along so far. The second role is that of an editor with this company called Editage, which is 20 plus years old. And the third role I done pretty recently is that of an entrepreneur, where we have our own startup, which is called Saumi's Academic Writing Workshops, or Saumi's OW, because we started off with offering workshops. That is where this startup basically started. And then we started partnering with institutions within India, abroad, for your faculty induction programs, your faculty development programs, where the focus is on research, writing, and publishing. So these programs are span anywhere between the small webinars, the introductory webinars, which we are having right now, and then we have these long form workshops that run for 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, and so on. And we have also recently launched a bootcamp module wherein we plan to sit with researchers, sit with faculty researchers especially, at the institutions offline for 3 to 5 days, where the faculty can come with a draft manuscript. So it's mandatory that they come with draft manuscripts. If you don't have a manuscript, then you're not allowed into the program. We start with a very roughly put together draft manuscript, and over the 5 days, we'll have lectures, we'll have hands-on sessions, we'll have one-on-one editing sessions, and by the end of the fifth day, the goal is to make the manuscript almost submission ready. Maybe in the next 1 month or so post the program, all the manuscripts that came into the program has to be submitted into a journal. So that will be the goal of the boot camps, which have happened twice so far. We are trying to do it in association with more institutions right now. So to help the participants even beyond these sessions, we also have a team of editors who do not write papers. Maybe in medical sciences and health sciences fields, we do write. We offer medical writing services, but that is only for professionals, not for PhD scholars. And we majorly work with authors who have a draft manuscript, but then who want help with picking the right journals, help in formatting the papers as required by the journal guidelines, proofreading for language, revising to make the manuscript more cohesive, some guidance as to how to address the peer reviewer comments effectively, and so on. And these are all the same topics that we'll be talking through in our 10-day workshops, where we start from the basics. We have lectures, and then we also teach techniques to get this done efficiently, and also introduce AI tools that could come in handy, which you can use ethically to navigate this process. So anything and everything I talk about during these sessions comes from my experience of having interacted with 1,500 clients, at least during the my editing years, my hardcore editing years. Now I'm mostly away from editing because speaking takes most of my time, and also my conversations from thousands of participants such as yourself, which helps me understand where exactly is the bottleneck in the process, and to find AI tools that can really help you bridge this gap. So when we are talking about the life of a researcher, a faculty come researcher especially, a majority of your time is spent in reading through scientific material, processing this material in different ways, and then presenting them as seminars, presenting them as classroom sessions or as a manuscript, and so on. What if I can introduce you to AI tools that will make this part of your life slightly easier and less time consuming, so that you have more time to take care of the rest of your professional requirements and also save time for your personal interests as well? That thought will form the underlying current for the rest of my presentation today. So one of the first places where you can take help from AI in your scientific journey is in the literature search and review process. And we all know that Google Scholar is the top resource where we can find resources, and some of you might also rely on PubMed, considering that you're on allied health fields like biotechnology and microbiology, for instance. But Google Scholar is great. The problem is it is not very specific. Anytime you give a set of keywords, you end up having tens of thousands of results, and this kind of slows down the process by which you can narrow down to those top 100, 150 papers that are really relevant to your work. That is where AI powered semantic tools like Semantic Scholar can come in handy. How is Semantic Scholar different from Google Scholar? Semantic Scholar, as the name suggests, works on semantics, which means it looks beyond independent keywords, looks for interconnections, looks for how they are placed within a text, how much they are repeated, and so on. The end result is that where you get 10,000 results on Google Scholar, you hardly end up with 600, 700 results on Semantic Scholar, and that makes your life easier in finding your top relevant articles that will go into your own literature collections. A second set of tools that you can use for collecting literature are called literature mapping tools, and one good example of this tool is Litmaps. So what do these tools do? In these tools, you start with what you already know. You start with a very specific set of papers. Unlike Google Scholar or Semantic Scholar, which are top-down tools, which means they first dump you with everything that is out there, and the onus is on you to do filtering, do the cleanup, and land with a handful of good papers. Instead, on Litmaps, it's the other way around. You first identify a set of papers, or you could even start with just a single paper, and these tools very consciously build your literature. At every single step, you have a lot of control, you have a lot of filtering options as to what papers get added onto your network. This saves you time, helps you find papers directionally. So Litmaps is not the only tool out there. You'll find so many other tools. So this is how the interface will look like. And this blue circle you see here, marked Lange 2023, was my paper of choice. And based on my single paper, Litmaps can build this initial map or seed map with around 20 papers in almost less than 1 minute. I can also read within Litmaps. I can save my literature here. I can also quickly transport my literature from Litmaps to a reference managing tool. Yet another set of tools that you could explore for finding your literature are tools like Sourcely. You will use Sourcely in cases where you are just entering into the field, or you are just entering into this thought process, and you read a paper or you read a blog post which sounds very interesting to you, and now you want to find more such information. But in the traditional way, you will have to sit down, find the necessary keywords, and then run it through Google Scholar and wait to make that right hit. Instead, when you use tools like Sourcely, you can just copy paste a paragraph that you're interested in. You can copy paste almost an entire paper that you're interested in, throw it into Sourcely. This tool will figure out your keywords, it will do all the background searches, and you will end up having your set of papers. You are even allowed to apply a few filters to find the right papers. When I opened the session with ChatGPT, I talked about the limitations of ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is not built for academia. None of the Gen AI tools are. Therefore, they don't find information from right sources. They don't add citations and generate reference lists by default. The information could be inaccurate. The references might not even exist somewhere. They go into hallucinations, which means they give you information that are in no way true. But why do you still keep using those Gen AI tools just because they are popular when you have very good academic alternatives like Consensus? So Consensus is a tool, is an AI that is built for academia, which means when you ask a question to Consensus, you don't have to do any kind of mental gymnastics. You don't have to sit and do your prompt engineering. Just ask a simple question. Consensus by default will go pick information from journal sources. It'll add citations to every single sentence out there, and at the end of your summary, it'll also generate a very good reference list. So this summary that you see here is the Copilot summary from Consensus, and these numbers are the citations. If you want to find the paper, just hover your mouse over these numbers and a pop-up comes which will have the title of the paper. Click on the title, you'll be taken to the journal page, which means the source is readily accessible to you, helps you validate each of these sentences before you actually use them within your papers. Now, at this juncture, you should be asking me two questions, or rather three questions. The first important question is, are these tools that I'm talking about today, are they free? No, they are not free. They belong to what is known as a freemium model, which means some aspects of the tool are available for free, but to experience the tool in its entirety, you have to go for the pro version. And the second question should be, okay, so if this summary is really that good, does it mean that this has been copied from existing papers? Is this plagiarized content? The answer is no, technically at least, because Consensus was not built to copy, it was built to summarize. But there could be slight overlaps in language. Even when you paraphrase, there are going to be slight overlaps, but these overlaps were not intentional. The third question, okay, if this is not exactly plagiarized content, can I copy paste this paragraph as it is onto my draft manuscripts? The answer is yes from my side, but the word to be underlined here is draft manuscripts. So if you want to use this content on your first drafts, on your very early drafts, because you need a crutch to continue the writing process, go ahead, copy paste and use this content. But make sure that eventually, as you go through multiple editing rounds, this content has to be edited out, because though this content is not exactly plagiarized, this was still generated by an AI, and now institutions and journals don't check your manuscript only for plagiarism, they also check it for AI content, which has become pretty easier with Turnitin introducing its AI content detector as well, which circles back to the issue where you can use the content, but not on your final manuscripts. Use it as a support system. Use it as a crutch, not as a replacement to your own writing. A second tool where you can ask your question is Elicit. So on Elicit, when you ask research questions, you'll get the summary, you'll get citations and references. But in addition, on Elicit, you'll also have this opportunity to interact with hundreds of papers, extract very specific information from hundreds of papers. Say, for instance, I'm a researcher trying to find the research gaps mentioned across multiple papers. I just have to ask the overarching question in Elicit. Elicit will find the literature for me, and not just find the literature, it will also kind of create these literature tables wherein I can add any column I want. Say I want research gap, add a column called research gap. I want to see the limitations of the study, add a column called limitations, and this tool will help me pick up this information or these information from across multiple papers, making my life pretty easier. So reading and understanding these scientific articles has never been easy because papers are not written for beginners, they are written for experts. What if you can always have an expert by your side to help you understand these papers? That expert you are looking for is called the SciSpace Copilot. And instead of reading your papers on a PDF reader, you can upload the PDF of the paper you are reading into SciSpace. And anytime you don't understand a certain section, just highlight this section using your mouse, and you have a pop-up where you have this option called explain text. For instance, this option will explain every single terminology on this paragraph. It will set the context as to where the idea fits in, helping you understand, interact with papers through questions, through explanations, through summaries. You get to understand a paper quickly. You also get to extract a lot of information without much hassles. The way we interact with information has really changed. Uh, we no longer rely on Facebook to get updates about our friends, family, and school members, but rather we are looking into Instagram, their Instagram reels, highlights, and whatnot. Gone are the days when we were packing hard copy books for all our travels. Now we very happily carry our iPads and our notebooks to read the books electronically. We no longer read blog posts, we listen to podcasts. So when everything else about information consumption has changed, why haven't we really made any changes to the way we consume research papers? Why can't we listen to our research papers? Why can't we listen to podcasts where these papers get published in an audio format? So maybe the publication models have not changed much, but you can bring this revolutionized way of understanding papers using AI tools like Speechify and listening.io. So here all you have to do is upload your paper and listen to it as you cook, as you walk, as you drive to your institutions. Not just that, some of these tools also allow you to connect them to your emails, for instance. So by the time you reach your office, you're already done listening to your emails. Integrate one more tool, you can dictate replies to those emails, and the entire process of reading and replying to emails can be automated just through your voice without you having to even touch any of these devices, which is a great way to consume papers. Not just that, these tools could also come in handy when you're trying to revise your own writing, because after 4 or 5 revisions, you become so saturated, you cannot really find errors in your own writing. That
I
is
don't
when you
waste
can
time in writing the manuscript.
okay,
पण
that is
like
when
जर लगेच पकडलं तर तुम्ही AI tool वापरलं तर.
okay, so someone has to mute yourself. So where was I? Yeah, you can also use these tools to listen to your own writing, to find mistakes, to also see which parts of your manuscript are really complex, and you can simplify them down later. So once you are done consuming papers in whatever way you want, then comes a step where you have to summarize information from individual papers and then from a group of papers. Now there are several tools that offer these summarizing options. So SciSpace can summarize for you, Elicit can do the summarizing, so many other tools can summarize. But then there are also exclusive summarizing tools like Scholarly, which allow you to summarize one or more papers into these very concise flashcard summaries, and you can export them as an MS Word document or even as a PPT file if you so want. So we can make use of technology not just for reading and consuming existing information. You can also use it to create new information. The way you write, the way you present your own information and your own thoughts. So we all would really love if we had a personal assistant who will follow us everywhere we went, and anytime we had a thought, we can just throw the thought at them. They'll organize it, they'll write it down, they'll type it out, proofread it, and bring back a nice copy to your desk the next day or so. Remember the CEOs and the top class bosses that we all sometimes aim to be. So AI has made it possible for the layman like you and me to have this technology at our fingertips in the form of tools like audio pen, for instance. So these tools, they comfortably sit on your smart devices, and you can dictate your thoughts, dictate your notes into these tools. They don't just capture words, because that is pretty easy. There are so many other options to do it. But what these AI tools do is they capture the content as it is when you speak, but later they proofread it, they clean it up, and when they bring it back to you, you have a much nicer put together content, which saves you a lot of time. And it's almost like you can take it to your drafts and start incorporating them into them. So good manuscripts are not just about text, they should also have good images. And as the journal, you climb up the journal ladders, the top journals, they clearly insist on very good quality images. And when it comes to AI generated images, we have good tools right from Midjourney, because Midjourney was kind of the pioneer, but it is no longer free. But you have so many other alternatives to Midjourney, several of which are also free. But the problem with creating images for scientific manuscripts is not the tools themselves, but it is with the journal guidelines that several publishers don't allow you to use AI generated images within the main text of your manuscript, not even within the graphical abstract. So right now, AI generated images are completely out of the way when it comes to adding them to manuscripts, but you can still continue adding them to your say your presentations and whatnot. But even without these AI tools, we have a lot of conventional tools, template based tools like BioRender, for instance, Mind the Graph, for instance, which will help you create very good images across the biological sciences and allied sciences. They have very good template systems. You can just pick and piece together the different components, and if you're on the pro version, you own the copyrights to the final image, which means you can freely publish them on journals wherever you actually want. If you're looking for very organized flow charts, very organized mind maps, clear structures where you have all of these blocks connected to each other and so on, eDrawMax is a great tool. So this has a conventional side to it. It also has an AI side to it, and it gives you much more control over the final output. Say when you use Midjourney, for instance, you can give a prompt, or when you use Adobe Firefly, for instance, you can give a prompt and then you can only see the output. The process, there is no user intervention in the process, which means you cannot control the output much. The tools have their own way of presenting these images, and these out of the world images cannot be used on journals per se. So the next question is, are there tools that can help me with my statistical analysis? Yes, tools like Tableau, for instance, which are not exactly research tools, they can process large volumes of data to convert them into nice data visualizations. One of the popular AI tools that has been talked about pretty much in the past few months is Julius AI, which again helps you get very quick insights from large volumes of data. These two tools work great for quantitative data, but if you're going to work on qualitative data, like the patient care data, for instance, or you are talking to people and somehow what the people give you as inputs is what you have to work for your research, then you should look into tools like Insight 7 and Kindo. Insight 7 works nicely if you're talking about focus group data, interview data, all of these non-textual data. And Kindo is for those of you who work with surveys, survey responses, those big Google forms with lots of tons of data. Okay. And reference management is always the elephant in the room, and one of the toughest things to tackle if you do not have a good reference manager. So all our workshops, the long form workshops, always start with a session on reference management, because I feel it is pretty important that you master reference management before you go on to do anything else with your scientific writing journey. So if you have a reference manager, you don't exactly need an AI, because there are very good conventional managers like Mendeley and Zotero that can do the job. But if you do not have a reference manager in place and you're left with hundreds of references that have to be changed from one style to the other, then you should be looking at tools like Tricks, where you can just upload a reference list, and then this tool will help you convert it into the form that is closest to what your journal looks for, and all this can happen in less than 2 minutes. A better idea is still to have a reference manager, but Tricks can come in really handy when you're in a very tight place. Language is always a problem with communicating scientific information, especially for researchers from countries like India, where English is not our first language. But English happens to be the universal language through which science gets communicated. So, like it or not, you have to master it at some point. But during your journey to master it, you might need some help, and that is where tools like Grammarly and Quillbot have definitely done a good job. But these tools are not very specific for academia. At least they did not start out as academic language editing tools. But tools like Paperpal and Trinka, they are built on academic content. They understand academic conventions better, therefore they can give you much better suggestions on your scientific papers. And Paperpal is from Editesh, that is the same company that I work for as an editor. I also work not on the team, on the Paperpal team, but I also work often with the Paperpal team to validate their new features, to talk about these features on social media, and so on. Trinka again is from a good language editing company called Enago. Because these tools are associated with good companies, that adds to their credibility. But never take my word for how good a tool is or how reliable a tool is, because it is your data at the end of the day. And if there is a problem with one of these tools and there happens to be a data breach, you stand to lose so much. You lose an entire year or even more when your papers get stolen, even when it happens in it inadvertently. Therefore, you should do your own homework and then only pick the tools where you're giving your own draft manuscripts. Some of you, if you're working on bio engineering streams, for instance, you might not be using MS Word for writing your manuscripts. You might be using latex applications like Overleaf, for instance. And if you're on Overleaf, even on the free version of Overleaf, you have this language editor called Writeful. Recently, Paperpal also introduced an Overleaf extension. You should definitely check that out if you're on the Pro version. So one of the toughest things that you do during your research journey is actually sit down and write those papers and those final thesis. Yeah. So I, for one, definitely wished that I had a magic wand. I wished I was Hermione. Maybe not Hermione, because she would not want to use magic to write her exams. I would have been Ron or Harry, maybe, who wanted some shortcuts there. Swish, swish, and your entire PhD thesis gets written. How wonderful would that have been, really? Yeah. AI did make this dream come true for several of us in the form of tools like Jenny. Even today, it looks like magic to see Jenny write a huge literature review project just like that. So you add a prompt into Jenny, take your popcorn, sit back and watch the magic of Jenny write your entire literature review process. It is great. But the problem is the content that comes out of Jenny is not something you can actually use on your papers, because it is AI written content, and the content from Jenny gets flagged across multiple AI content detectors. So does it mean that Jenny is of no use to us? Not necessarily. You cannot use the content that comes out of such AI tools directly on your manuscripts, but these are great places where you can brainstorm ideas. Because for a paper, you will write a paper in multiple ways, multiple times before you finalize one format for your final paper. Why not do this initial brainstorming on such AI tools so that you save several weeks breaking your head, finding literature, finding the arguments, only to find that, okay, there is no sufficient literature. There are very contradicting literature also, and you might have to change your entire perspective. Instead of doing that, after having spent a few months writing out your first drafts, your initial ideas can be thrown into AI tools, and then you keep brainstorming them. I'm talking in terms of literature reviews, not in terms of your original grant ideas, because giving your original idea into an AI tool is never a great idea. But in terms of creating literature reviews, because the information is already out there, you're just taking a different twist to it, there brainstorming with AI makes more sense. Once your Done writing your manuscripts, then comes the stage where you have to check them to make sure not just the abstract to conclusion is right, but all the front page information is there. Your references are okay, your citations are okay, your declarations are there. This is where PaperPal has this feature called manuscript check, where you can upload your draft manuscript, your final manuscript, and PaperPal checks your manuscript for close to 40 different aspects. It checks for your metadata, your author details, it checks for the language, it checks for your references, citations, and it gives you a report that looks like what you see on the screen, telling you which of these parts have you got right and where you have to draw in much more work. And this report will help you perfect your paper before you go for the journal submission. The problem is, no matter how much of efforts you throw into your initial submissions, when your paper goes into the peer review process, and if you're unfortunate enough to land having the proverbial peer reviewer 2 for your review process, your paper is going to be ripped apart. There is going to be a lot of criticism that will want you to go close the door and start crying. Several of us have done that over the journey. I think that's kind of the rite of passage when it comes to the publication journey. So, what if instead of you having to go through this cruelty sometimes, you finish your paper and you come to me, and I will help you hire a peer reviewer who will read through your paper and give very professional, very critical peer review report that will run for 5 or 6 pages. And based on this report, you make all the necessary changes to your initial manuscript and then go for the journal submission. Now the editorial board is happy because you're submitting a much put together paper, a much more organized paper. Your actual peer review process is also slightly easier because you have addressed most of the harsh criticism that the peer reviewers wanted to throw at you. And maybe the entire process of publication can be shortened because instead of going through 3 or 4 rounds of peer review, you could get your paper published after 2 rounds of peer review. This all sounds great. The question is, where can I hire this peer reviewer? You can hire them in the form of AI tools like PaperWizard. And before you ask me, is it safe for us to give our final complete papers into an AI tool? Just Google for PaperWizard and see who are the people who built these tools. So this is one of the tools that was built heavily from the academic side, involving a lot many academicians, and by association it makes this tool a bit reliable. Then again, as I said, make sure you do your own groundwork, your homework before you trust your manuscripts into an AI. As long as you're trying to use an AI as a glorified search engine to find existing information, everything is good. But the moment you have to give your own data, your own papers, be very, very cautious. Yeah. So making those midnight PowerPoint slides is a part of being in academia. And though Microsoft PowerPoint does a good job even today, we have all gotten a bit bored with what PowerPoint has to offer. That's why we migrated to more versatile or more vibrant tools like Canva, Prezi, for instance. But AI also brings in a new barrage of tools in the form of Dectopus, Gamma, Pop AI. So on these tools, the human effort is very less. You just have to describe the idea behind your presentation in a very nice prompt, and these tools can start from your prompt and create an entire presentation. Or say you already have the content for your presentation on a document, you want this content to be put together in the form of a presentation. Or you want a few documents, 2 or 3 documents to be combined, summarized, and then made into a presentation. All of this is made possible with these AI tools. And once you have the draft presentation, you can easily work on them, refine them, bring in your tone, your style to go actually present that work. No matter how knowledgeable you are as a faculty or as a student, and how great your research is, at the end of the day, it all boils down to good communication. How well can you communicate your ideas and results to those grant committees, or to your thesis defense committees, or just to your teachers or to your students? This is where honing your communication skills becomes important, especially your verbal spoken skills. And for that, we have AI like Poised, which will sit with you on a video call in a very anonymous setting. You can also add some of these tools to your regular meetings. They'll be anonymous. They don't do a data breach for your other participants, and they observe you and tell you where you're going wrong. What in your speeches is actually hindering you from delivering your content to your audience? Are you too fast? Are you too slow? Are you pausing too much? Or you're not pausing at all? Both of them could be a problem, and these inputs could help you quickly improve on your communication skills, which definitely is one of the skills that is relevant for students, for scholars, for researchers, and for faculty alike. So now that we have run through a whole list of AI tools that you can use for scientific writing and publishing, the question is it ethical for me to use these AI tools? The answer is yes and no. Yes, if you want to use them as your assistants. No, if you're trying to use them as replacements to yourself. So what do these publishers have to say about the use of AI? Publishers are not very happy, but they do allow you to use AI minimally, because when ChatGPT was introduced, some authors thought it was a great idea to use ChatGPT to write most parts of their paper and then add ChatGPT as one of the co-authors. Publishers did not like it, so they came up with very clear guidelines that you cannot add content that qualifies an AI to become a co-author, and you can never add an AI tool as a co-author on any of your papers. One place where you're allowed to use AI is for improving your language, improving your structure, formatting your manuscripts, maybe making minor or changing your references and citations, maybe slight changes, additions to your figures. For everything else, anytime you use an AI for something more than this, you're expected to declare the use of AI. You should declare the name of the tool, the reason why the tool was used, and also assure the editors, reviewers, and your audiences that after the use of an AI tool, there was a step where a human intervened, check the content that came out of an AI to make sure that the content is accurate enough. So let us now talk about these AI content detectors. And at the outset, no, they are not perfect. They are super flawed, and they cannot always differentiate between what is human content and what is AI content, because it's very difficult to actually make the differentiation. So they rely on very, very arbitrary criteria like twisted phrases. They look at the complexity of language, the complexity of sentence. And ChatGPT seems to love words like delve, nuance, for instance. So anytime an essay has 2 or 3 delves, then the AI content detectors flag this essay as written by AI, because this word seems to be more popular with AI than with humans. But then what happens when you're dealing with a human who by default writes all these big words, like Sashi Tharoor, for instance? So he hardly uses regular words that we humans use, and any essay, any Twitter post that he writes looks like it can be flagged as AI generated content. So the word of caution here for faculty is, when you're at a position where your work is being audited for AI content, I would say you be one step ahead. So when journals introduced plagiarism checks, what did we do? We ran our manuscripts through plag checks, looked at the report, and in case that some of the sections did have high plagiarism, we sat back and revised them. Similarly, when you're dealing with journals that have AI content detectors, fighting them is not really helping anyone. So put your manuscript through an AI content check, and in the unfortunate event that several of your sections get flagged as AI generated content, you have to really go back and see what went wrong, but then also make changes to the document before you actually submit. So I wanted to see for myself how good these content detectors are. So I picked a content detector called CopyLeaks. Even Turnitin runs on the algorithm from CopyLeaks, I believe. So I pick a paragraph from Jenny, throw it into CopyLeaks. Now CopyLeaks tells me 100% of this content is generated by AI. Fair enough, I agree. Anytime you have such policing mechanisms, you will have a group of rebels who want to live the thug life and who want to oppose these policing mechanisms. So the thugs of the AI world are called humanizers. Humanizers are basically AI tools that take AI written content and rewrite it, rephrase it, revise it in such a way that An AI content detector cannot find out that this text was originally written by an AI and also revised by an AI. So let us go and check one of such tools also. So I picked this tool called Stealth Writer, which is a humanizer. I picked the same paragraph that was written by an AI, Jenny, threw it into Stealth Writer. Stealth Writer rewrote my content in multiple ways. I picked one of the versions and then I threw it into this AI content detector, which happens to be CopyLeaks. Now, the content detector thinks 100% of this text was written by a human. I can assure you, I did not add a full stop or a pause or anything to this content. This content was purely written by one AI, it was rephrased by a second AI, and now this third AI thinks that it was written by the human, which is not the case. This is how flawed this system can be. But a word of caution, this is no way an invitation for any of you to use a humanizer to try and cheat your way through content detectors, because yes, a content detector might not be able to find the difference, but a human editor, a well-versed human editor will clearly see through the difference when your manuscript quickly switches from one tone to the other. And also this rephrased content is not exactly how we use formal language within our manuscript. So this is more of a fun experiment and very little of talking about cheating these content detectors and journal guidelines. So considering that we are here on an ATAL FDP with majority of the participants being faculty, we should also talk, at least touch upon if AI can help faculty in one of their key responsibilities, which happens to be teaching, in addition to everything else that they are tasked with these days. Yes, AI has a lot of potential in helping you in your teaching in higher education as well. And one of the tools you could check out is called eduate.ai. So what can EduAid do for you? It can help you right from creating your lesson plans for your different semesters, for your different papers, and it can even help you create certain basic assessments. If you so want, you can also automate the evaluation of these assessments. You can run very small quizzes and whatnot. But Eduate is more popular for creating the lesson plans and the content and very less for evaluation. For evaluation, you have tools like GradeScope, for instance, that will help you automate the entire process of evaluation right from collecting the answers or collecting the assignments to evaluating, setting grades, keeping track of the grades over a certain period of time, and so on. So you can try out Eduate as an individual, but it makes more sense to get a demo for GradeScope as a department or as an institution. But remember, when we are talking about AI for teaching, we are not talking about automating the entire classroom because though the knowledge sharing part can be outsourced to AI, it is just summarizing information. If you look at it in a very simple way, that in reality, teachers bring much more to the table. They don't just summarize information, they don't just regurgitate information, they bring in new perspectives. They bring in perspectives that they have learned over the past several years. They bring in more of the soft skills into the classrooms. They bring in the team effort and the cohesion into the classrooms. So the goal when it comes to using AI in higher ed is not automation, it is augmentation. We still want our classrooms to be led by teachers, but we want these teachers to be assisted by AI so that their work becomes less strenuous for them. If you're a fan of Greek mythology, I'm sure you're familiar with this story. So, Greek mythology says that there was a time when humans did not have fire. It belonged only to the gods and it stayed somewhere in the skies and so on. It was at this time that there was a young god called Prometheus. He liked humans a lot. And he saw that the humans were suffering so much on earth because they did not have fire. They could not move in the dark. They could not see that animals were coming to attack them in the dark. They could not cook their food. They could not keep themselves warm. So, because this guy or this god liked humans so much, he thought, okay, let me bring fire from the heavens or whatever is up there to the humans. I'm not sure how true this legend or myth is, but I'm pretty sure that when fire was discovered for the first time, not all humans were happy. Some humans could see that fire is a great addition, to their skill sets, to their resources, and everything we have today was made possible only because some of our forefathers, our folk humans, actually discovered fire. But several of the humans, most of them would have been terrified of fire. They would have only seen what could go wrong when we keep sustaining fire. Today, we have a new fire amongst us, and that fire is artificial intelligence. And just like our forefathers were split on this question, today we are really torn between if we should encourage the use of AI or we should shun it altogether. AI has a lot of cons. It comes with so many possibilities, so many negative possibilities, even with the possibility of replacing humans at some point in time. But that is how we evolve. You cannot stop the natural course or the evolution of things. Maybe alongside the paranoia that we have, if we could give a fair enough chance to AI, you'll be amazed as to what AI can achieve. Because the problem here is not AI, it is how you use AI. If AI is the replacement, that is where all problem starts. So never let AI become the replacement. Let AI be your assistant. Let AI be the tool. Let AI be that smartest intern in the room who can help you build pieces of the project together, but who still does not understand the entire picture and therefore cannot be trusted with autonomy on the entire project. So if you like this lecture, there's a high possibility that you'll also like our ongoing 10-day workshop. So we've already finished 5 days, but on this program, we have a provision where even when you're not attending the live sessions, you can still follow the program through our recordings. So if you're interested, you can always drop me a message and then we'll see how to go about it. This QR code here will take you to my LinkedIn page where I write often on different topics around research writing and publications about using these new tools in teaching in higher ed. I also talk a lot about the ethics of using these tools. I curate tools for very specific purposes. So my profile is all about writing, publishing, teaching, and AI tools in this context. In case you have questions or you want to replicate the program for your own departments or for your own institutions, you can always reach out to me on a message on WhatsApp, because I'm not good with calls, but I'm great with WhatsApp. So you can just drop a message and I'll get back to you by the end of the day. If some of you are looking for manuscript editing services, some support with your manuscript publication processes, you can always drop us a mail, and even when I'm not available, someone else from the team will pick up your queries and help you out with them. Now, this is a much more important QR code. So this QR code will take you to a feedback form where I would like to personally hear from you your thoughts about the session, and also about where else you think AI can help you in your teaching journey or in your research writing and publishing journey. And when you submit this feedback form, I'll make sure that you get a PDF list of all the AI tools we discussed today. So you don't have to go back to your handwritten notes. You don't have to go and check back the recordings if they are available. Instead, you'll have a ready-made PDF list of AI tools, but you're getting those tools only when you submit the feedback form. So please make sure that you submit the form. Also give me 2 minutes. I'll also share a link to the form so that it becomes easier for you. And I'll also share the link to my LinkedIn page so that you can stay connected there and also reach out to me easily. Yeah, just typing in the links, and then I'll come back and take your questions. So you can drop your questions into the chat box if you cannot unmute yourself, uh, or you can also unmute yourself. Go ahead and ask questions. So on the chat box, you'll find the link to the feedback form to get the PDF list of tools, and you'll have a link to my LinkedIn page if you're interested in staying connected even after the session. Yeah. Okay. So I hope there were no issues. Okay. Yeah. So I'm ready for your questions. You want to type it into the chat box, you want to unmute yourself and ask, it's your choice.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for such an insightful session. Now the topic is open for discussions. If you have any queries, you can raise by just unmuting yourself.
Okay. Or you can also type it into the chat box,
No issue.
whatever is easier for you.
Dear participants, dear members, you can raise your doubts. Ma'am is ready to answer it.
Hello, good afternoon, madam.
Hello, sir.
Lecture was very informative, and I have one doubt regarding the subscription related things. Because if we want to use PaperPal sensors and any AI, they want to take means subscription based. They will provide good support. Otherwise, I think we didn't get proper support from them.
Yeah, so PaperPal and all of these tools, right? So only when you're on the pro version, you will get to experience all of it.
Download कुठे जाते?
Yeah, Dr. Ravindra?
I'm sorry, it was mic was mute.
Okay, great. So yes, and I'll also have some discount codes for one or two of these tools. So if you're interested in trying out the pro versions at a discounted price, you can write to me. Possibly, I have codes for Litmap, SciSpace, Tricks, and PaperPal at the moment. So anytime you're interested in a pro version, you can write to me for the code. And if I do have a code, then I'll be very happy to share it with you.
Okay, madam. On WhatsApp or on mail?
You can just write to me on WhatsApp.
Okay, thank
I
you.
also shared my WhatsApp number. That's the easiest way to reach me. Mail, yes, I do check my mail, but then my mail is kind of shared with the other team members also. But WhatsApp, you can reach me directly.
Okay, madam. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, madam.
Yeah, Dr. Nilesh, hi.
Madam, it was really nice and informative lecture. But nowadays, the AI is being promoted even in the research activities, particularly in proteomic research,
Right.
and it is being promoted by almost all the top end institutions. Then why the publication houses are not promoting the use of AI in
Hmm.
research writing?
Because when it comes to proteomics, it is just a set of rules. And we were already using a lot of software to help us do these data analytics. Majorly, when we talk about AI in proteomics, it comes into the data analytics category. So when there are a set of rules, concrete list of what has to be done one after the other, then you can rely on AI. But when it comes to research publications, there are so many variables. There is a lot of creativity involved, lot of insights that have to come. AI cannot come up with these insights. So I can train an AI to find insights in very specific ways, like from your proteomics data, but I cannot really teach an AI to have the kind of insights that a human will have when we are actually trying to write a paper. That is the reason why AI is not really loved when it comes to being used in publications, especially because there is a lot of nuances and ethical issues around its use.
Thank you, madam.
So anyone else?
You can drop your queries, as ma'am said, on her LinkedIn page, or you can just write an email if you have any more queries.
Yeah, so we're almost towards the end of the time slot that was allotted.
Yes,
so I
sir.
guess we should say our goodbyes. And yeah, all of you have a great weekend. And for some of you, if you are celebrating the Harvest Festival in your own regions in the coming week, I wish you a very festive and happy week ahead. See you all on some other session offline in your own institutions. Maybe we never know. So good day to you all. Bye.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for such an insightful session. I thank you on behalf of my institution, Department of Microbiology and Biotechnology, R.C. Patel College, Tirupur, as well as on behalf of all the participants. Thank you once again. Thank you, ma'am. Good day.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Ravindra, I already joined session. You are mute, Dr. Ravindra.
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome.
Very good afternoon. I joined already.
Sir, you can now share your presentation.
Okay. Could you see my slides?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Your presentation is visible. You are audible. No
Yeah.
issue.
Only thing is, I want to go to. Okay. So anything? It's introduction or directly we are going to start?
Yeah.
How
No,
is
no,
it?
sir. Sir. Just a minute. Just a minute.
Yeah. So should I unshare or is it okay?
It's okay, sir. Just I will take 2 minutes and then you can start.
No problem.
Right. So, welcome back, dear participants. We have with us our session second resource person with us, Professor Dr. Ashok P. Giri, and he is a very well-known scientist in India. So, before we start, I will just introduce you with Dr. Giri. So, Dr. Giri comes from a peasant family from Bid district of Maharashtra. Is currently working as a chief scientist at the CSIR NCL, the Biochemical Science Division. He is a professor of biological sciences, studied in Jilla Parishad School at Kari and Social Welfare School at Gajanan Vidyalay, Laul, that is Majalgaon in the rural part. Completed his undergraduate in Balbhim College, Bid. He obtained a bachelor's and master's and PhD degree from Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. Uh, his major research interests areas include plant insect or pest interaction, agriculture, biotechnology, plant specialized metabolites. He has published over 200 research articles and with huge citations over 11,000, H index 54 and ITN index 152. He had 16 book chapters to his credit, one book and 8 patents granted and another 7 are filed. Till date, he has produced 28 PhD graduates and hosted 25 postdoctoral fellows in his lab. He has handled over 75 project assistants and over 100 MSc and MTech students in last 23 years of his career. He is an elected fellow of National Academy of Sciences in 2018 and Maharashtra Academy of Sciences, and there are so many other things in his resume. His high impact publication include journals like Science, Nature Communication, Nature Plant, the Plant Cell, New Physiologies, Plant Physiology, the Plant Journal, Plant Biotechnology, and highly reputed plant biotechnology journals. He executed 21 major research projects as a principal investigator and another 20 projects as a co-investigator funded by many federal funding agencies. He has also been the convener or organizer of various national and international conferences, including recent Humboldt call at Goa and MPG supported workshop in 2017-2009 at CSIR NCL Pune. He has been invited all over India and abroad, for delivering talks in different national and international conferences, workshop, Avishkar and DHT support Inspire camps. So this was just a brief what I could read from his long resume. So with this, I conclude the introductory part and I hand over this session to Dr. Giri. Welcome, sir.
Yeah. So I'm audible, I guess.
Yes, it's over to you, sir. Now, please go ahead.
Yeah, Dr. Ravindra.
Yes, sir.
I'm audible to all participants as well. Yeah?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You are audible to everyone. No problem.
So thank you very much for a kind introduction, and it is my pleasure to interact with the participants. I see there is a large number of participants. Probably what Ravindra told me, these are faculties and PhD scholars as well as. So it's very nice. What I am going to talk today is, and thank you the other organizers who has given me this opportunity to share my one of my area on multi-omics approaches that we use to understand the plant metabolite biosynthesis and how this could be useful for a number of things. I mean, various applications in agriculture as well as nutraceuticals and pharmaceuticals. So what I'm going to start is, like, as you know, my topic is multi-omic approaches to elucidate the plant specialized metabolic pathways. So the outline of my talk, I will try to introduce you significance of plants, particularly ecology and environment. I think this august audience doesn't need to introduce how plants are important. And I think in all respects and aspects of human life, as well as on, I mean, for every organism, the plants are most important, uh, say, organisms on this Mother Earth. And probably I will spend a little bit more time on plant metabolites. What are these plant metabolites and their classification? And if it comes to its analysis, how one can analyze these metabolites, what are the different tools and techniques are available for this. So I will try to spend more time on that. And to carry further, I will be also talking about how they are synthesized, because these metabolites were identified, probably some of them are identified more than 200 years ago, but how they are synthesized was pretty, I will say, very recently we are understanding how these metabolites are synthesized and what are the pathways and how complex these pathways, how they are regulated in a different ways. So these are the big challenges, and still I will say that we understood very little, but I'm going to share that, and particularly by saying its application and like what metabolic engineering that one can even think in today's multi-omics era. So to explain you or to make you more comfortable, I will give you two examples that are happening in my lab. One is on alkaloids from potato and tomato. That means these are the steroidal glycoalkaloids, which are known that they have anti-nutritional effect or anti-nutritional properties as far as the human consumption is concerned, and even other organisms. So I will give that as one of the examples that how we could understand how these metabolites are synthesized in the plant. And the second example I'm going to talk is probably all of you like now mango season is coming. So what are these aroma metabolites? Like, for example, particularly we like to eat mangoes like Kesher or Kapus and few other varieties. So what is the chemistry of this aroma? How they are synthesized? That means what is the biochemistry of these aroma compounds, as well as the genetics, like how these genes are expressed and how these genes express are regulated in a particular manner that you get a specialized aroma. Particularly, all of you know that you prefer to have a Ratnagiri or Devgad Hapus. So what are the tributes or what are these qualities? Identical mango, if you grow in other places like Pune, you don't get that flavor. So we try to understand what are the mechanisms and how we can use this biotechnological tool to probably have the aroma even in other regions. So these are the two examples I'm going to give. So I would like to start my talk with a very beautiful say. I am always impressed with, I mean, our literature, particularly Maharashtra. For example, and who is, by the way, is the Linnaeus, like who is the, like if you understand the plant name, like how we write scientific name, we write L-I-N-N. That means the Linnaeus actually was a person who did the plant taxonomy, and he's called even father of taxonomy. So he come up with a idea that if you want to identify any plant, its flower is the most important character, and that's why we called him as father of taxonomy. But I get surprised to see this OV from Sant Dhaneshwara, because Linnaeus was in like 19th century and Sant Dhaneshwara was in 13th century. So in Sant Dhaneshwara says in his one of the OV, "Zhade olkave phule jana olkave bole." That means I don't know. He said that if you want to identify the plant, flower is the most important character. So I don't know who is the father of taxonomy. Probably we didn't realize what knowledge and what kind of a vision these people have, or what kind of science probably they know. Maybe they have not explained in the scientific way what we are doing from last couple of centuries, but probably And not only that, he further says, Nagarechi Rachave, Jalashaya Nirmavi, Mahavani Lavavi Nanavide. Today we talk about water conservation, today we talk about development, today we talk about plantation, or today we talk about biodiversity. So Dhaneshwara was saying all these things probably even in 13th century, and that's why I feel that these people were the very visionary people, and somehow we are not acknowledging them the way we should acknowledge the Western people in this era. And with this OV, and by inspiring this Sant Dhaneshwara, I had a small project at NCL, and where I thought we have a few half-acre land next to my division. So I thought, why not or anything? And this was the motivation to start this. What we did is we collected the which are typically in the northern eastern. These are and we the technology minister for director.
Sir, Giri sir, actually there is some problem in your voice. Hello? Hello? Giri sir?
The insects that they are coming there, and these are the different insects which were coming there. And we were surprised because, insect categories are basically broadly on two. One is, we call them as a polyphagous insect, that means they can eat multiple plants. And there are some insects which we call as a specialized. And we were very surprised to see even specialized insect also were there. And we were wondering what happened, like there's only one plant there, and how this insect identified this particular plant, and a particular plant, and how that insect came here. And then we realized that probably there is a signal which comes through the volatiles, and these are nothing but metabolites, and that is the basis of these interactions. And this was very amazing, by the way. And today, when I'm talking about plant metabolite biosynthetic pathways, this is very much relevant, that nature's language is chemistry. That means the metabolites, like they don't probably talk Hindi, Marathi, or English, but the nature's language is chemistry. And this chemistry we are trying to understand. And if you understand that in a certain context, we will be able to even use this overall nature's law to implement and go ahead. So secondary metabolites are, today we call them as a specialized metabolites. They are very, very unique. As my slide says that they
Hello,
cover.
sir. Excuse me. Your slides are not seen.
Not moving?
Slides are not visible at all. No presentation.
Visible, sir. Slides are visible.
No, sir.
Please
Slides
check
are
your network.
visible. Yes.
Slides are-
Please check your network connection. It is totally visible. No problem at all. Sir, Giri sir, you can continue. Yeah.
Yeah. So I hope slides are visible. I mean,
Yes, sir. They are visible.
Yeah.
It may be a internet issue from their end.
Yeah.
You can
So
continue.
these are the different chemicals that are present, and they are unique to the organism. That's what we call these specialized metabolites or secondary metabolites. And there are vast chemicals or chemical compounds which are synthesized by the plant, and they are used for their communication to the nature, to the ecosystem which is around it. And broadly, these chemicals or these secondary metabolites or specialized metabolites are categorized on the basis of their structures, chemical structure, the way they are synthesized. And one of the major class is called terpenoids. And today we know largest metabolites belong to this class called terpenoids. We know more than 45,000 different chemical structures that are actually reported in a various researchers which are coming from the plant. And alkaloids is the second major class, which are more than 15,000 We know the structures we have identified and characterized, not me as such, but whole scientific community working on plant secondary metabolites and their biosynthesis pathway. And typically, phenolic compounds, all of you know this, phenylpropanoids or anthocyanins or flavonols, these are more than 10,000 are reported from the plant. I'm saying more than 10,000 because we are confirmed these structures and they are unique to the specific plants, some of them. So what is the role of these secondary metabolites in the plants? And in my opinion, it's very important if you think in ecological context. So if they are used to communicate or interact with the beneficial or harmful organisms, and I'm going to talk about it further. And I think these plant secondary metabolites were pretty known from ages. And I think whether you called it as a mythological story or whatever you would like to say, but you all know when Lakshmana got Shakti, Hanumana went to Dronagiri Parvat and he was not probably taxonomist, so he couldn't identify a particular plant, but he took whole Dronagiri and brought this mountain, and then the Ayurvedic person who was treating Lakshmana got the right plant, and then that's how he treated. That's how he got treated. And this was not happening only in the context of India, but it was happening all over the, all the world. If you think about Chinese traditional medicines and so on, this was pretty common in all the countries. And today in modern world, whatever the drugs that we take in the case of allopathy, also they are coming from the plants. And you like metformin, which is used for diabetes treatment, it is coming from the plant. Taxol, which is a very important compound and very, very important drug molecule, has been used to treat the cancer, again coming from the plant. Artemisinin, which is a very important molecule, or probably only one molecule, which is used to treat the malaria in allopathy. And I can name hundreds of them. Like as I said, there are more than 110 plant-based drugs which are used today in the allopathy, whether it is aspirin or dioxin or curcumin and so on and so forth. And if you see the market value today are in $1 million every year. So this is the significance of the plant metabolites in all contexts, whether it is ecological aspect or whether it is a commercial aspect or whether it is a human health, they are pretty important for these things. So now recently we also added one more class of these specialized metabolites in the form of the peptides. And as I mentioned, they are based on their structure, the way they are synthesized. Terpenoids are much more complex, alkaloids even further complex, and same is true with phenylpropanoids and peptides. So plant specialized metabolites are used, or maybe I will say, to survive as an organism. You need a primary metabolite to survive as a cell, but if you want to survive as a organism, you need these specialized metabolites to communicate with the nature. So probably please remember this term: primary metabolites for cell survival, specialized metabolites to survive as at organism level. So I will give you some example in the form of terpenoids. For example, I said limonids, saponins, and pinene are the terpenoids. The chemicals coming from the class of terpenoids. Alkaloids, all of you know, nicotine, for example, or morphine, or cocaine, or caffeine, or glucosinolates. These belong to the class of alkaloids. And phenolic compounds, again, you know, flavonoids, anthocyanins, salicylic acids, and lignins, they belong to the phenolic compounds. Now, when I say that this plant metabolome and its size and structural diversity is very huge, for example, in yeast, you typically see around 550 compounds, but in any given plant, there are minimum 20,000 metabolites we could identify and we could characterize them, even any simple plants. And if you imagine that all the plant species that are present, probably there are more than 2,000 metabolites probably are there. And if you think about it, in all plants, this number might go even in millions. And as I said, there are 4 classes of these minerals. So scientific community is asking one of the core question: how and why this diversity is formed? Why these metabolites are why these chemicals are required for the plant? And how they are synthesized? That is another question.
Sir, Giri sir, hello, hello. Giri sir, your voice is not clearly audible. Hello. Hello. Hello, Giri sir.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, there is some network issue from his side. He is going to join us shortly. Please wait. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, yes, sir. Uh, Hello, Giri, sir.
So I'm sorry that I think I got disconnected. Now, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Your voice is audible, and you can share your screen now.
You can see my screen. I don't know when I got disconnected. Do you remember when was this happen?
You just change your slides. We'll just stop you whenever.
Yeah.
Okay.
This slide? No.
No, sir. It is not visible yet.
It's not visible.
No, sir. Your slide is not
No.
visible.
You don't.
Yeah,
Now,
it is now.
not.
It is visible
Yeah, so,
now.
yeah,
Yes,
but
yes,
till when?
visible. Right.
But
Yeah,
till
you
when?
can just
Till
change the
when?
slide, and the participants will just tell you where to stop. Okay.
Okay. So this slide was visible or no?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, yeah.
yes, yes.
About this,
Sir, from next
Yes.
slide you had to start.
this one, this one.
No, sir, next.
War.
Yes, yes. Start from here, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm very sorry because of some emergency. I have to travel, so that's why probably I got disconnected. So what I was trying to tell you is these metabolites are very important for the ecological significance, and one of the reason that I was introducing this Daneshwara's OE, that so this you have seen, yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So these are the metabolites plant uses to communicate with the nature. That's what I said. This is the basis of interaction, and I said that the way we speak a different language, for example, I'm talking in Marathi or Hindi or English, but this nature talks in a chemical language, and this is the chemical language is through the metabolites or chemicals that are produced. Okay, so Ravindra, if I get disconnected, you just let me know, because I do not, because I'm traveling. I'm trying to stay at one place probably. So please let me know, Ravindra. Yeah. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. This is
Okay.
Ravindra.
So these are anybody, doesn't matter. I mean, anybody of you can be
No,
in touch with me, like, yeah, because Ravindra has my mobile number. That's why I'm saying. So these metabolites, these chemicals are called secondary metabolites earlier. Now they are called specialized metabolites because these are unique to the plant. So as I said, the secondary metabolism compromises the chemical processes that are unique to the organism. And a very classical example I can tell you that, for example, any flower or any leaf you go outside and take and crush it, you will have unique, I mean, blend of compounds that are present in that, and that's why these are called specialized metabolites, or these are called unique metabolites or specialized metabolites. And again, I mean, if you eat a guava, for example, it has a unique taste as well as aroma, which comes because of specialized metabolites, as well as if you eat even mango or any other fruit or any, so it has a unique, so that specialization comes because of these metabolites. And these metabolites are present in a very vast number, and they have diverse chemical structures. And very classically, for example, these metabolites are classified into terpenoids, alkaloids, and phenylpropanoids and phenolic compounds. And these terpenoids, for example, is the largest number of molecules that are present chemically different. And the second largest class is alkaloid, which are more than 15,000 that we are known, the structures are known, and then they have been well characterized and identified by several techniques such as gas chromatography or HPLC or through mass spectrometry. And similarly, this phenylpropanide and phenol compounds are also present, and they are also in a large number. So why, as again, I say that these molecules are used to influence or to interact with the other organisms. That's why they have a lot of ecological significance. And classically, if you know, these metabolites have been used by the human beings for, I mean, variety of things from the historically till today. And this is the example I'm saying. I'm not saying that this is it's mythological story. Maybe it is real or mythological. That is not the debate here. But we have historically known that plant metabolites are used for human being or human treating the human for even the diseases. And it was not happening only in the part of our region, but it was happening all over the world. For example, Chinese traditional medicine is probably pretty known from several thousand BCs. And in today's modern era, for example, if you see the allopathy that we nowadays we prefer as allopathy for treatment. So there are more than 100 different molecules coming from the plant are used as a drug molecules. And very classically, all of you know this, to treat the diabetes, metformin is used from last, more than 100 years. Taxol, for example, plus theorem comes from the
Hello. Hello, sir. Hello.
We are contacting him. Just wait a bit.
so. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
So again, I
Hello.
got disconnected. Seems.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Huh?
Yes, sir. You got disconnected again.
Disconnected or connected?
No, now you are connected. You are audible too.
Okay, but not the slides.
The slides are looking.
Yes, slides
yes.
are also visible.
Yes, they are also visible.
Yeah. So I will. What I will do is I will stop when I get a good network somewhere. Yeah. So then that will be not. Sorry for again this. So I hope you are able to see the slide of like again this.
Yeah, it is visible, sir. It is visible.
Yeah, but where were we again? I'm sorry.
So slide number 8. Yes, this slide.
This slide.
Next slide. 110 metabolites. Like.
Yeah. This was the slide. Yeah.
Yeah.
This one is over. This one is over.
Over.
Yeah. This one was over.
Oh, yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. This one?
Not visible.
This one finished.
These are the modern drugs that are actually
Yes, sir.
coming to
You
Yes,
start
market.
yes,
from this,
oh.
sir. Yes, start from this slide, sir.
Yeah,
No,
this
this
was the
one is
slide.
also over.
Yes, sir.
Over.
This
Over,
was
sir.
also over.
This
Okay.
one is also over.
This one also.
Over.
Oh, great.
Here.
Yeah. So now core question to the scientific community is how and why these diversity is formed. And I think I have convinced you that these metabolites are required for plant to communicate and survive as a plant and maintain its uniqueness. But the question is how they are synthesized, how these complex molecules are synthesized in the particular cell. And this is what I called it as a nature's protocol, nature's chemistry protocol. And these are not only, I will say, static, but this is more of a dynamic, that these biosynthetic pathways and new metabolites are getting evolved uh, even today's times. It is not static. Now, I mean, I will tell you that these metabolites are not synthesized in even all the tissues of the plant. And I think you know this, by the way. For example, mango fruit has a different flavor, whereas mango leaf has a different flavor. And mango, like now this is a typical season where mango gets flowering, it has a different aroma. So that means they are very different in different tissues. And not only that, they are also different within the cells also. So for example, some of the metabolites are like, all of you know that in the any living organism, there is a cell and there are multiple compartments. And these compartments could be chloroplast, these compartments could be mitochondria, I will say even vacuoles, and so on and so forth. So these are the, I will say, organelle. And these metabolic pathways are very particular, sometimes even at organelle level. So this pathway, what I'm showing you in a minute, like what you display in the slide, it is particularly present in the cytosol, not in the, I will say, chloroplast or in mitochondria. On the other hand, this particular pathway, although end product is the IPP, which is isoprenyl phosphate, although the end product is the same, but this pathway works only in the chloroplast or plastid in today's language. Okay, so how these simple or complex metabolites are synthesized? For example, like if you take the example of this monoterpenoids or terpenoids class, there are subclasses such as monoterpenes, sesquiterpenes, diterpenes, triterpenes, tetraterpenes, and polyterpenes. So based on their chemical structure and chemical complexity, they have been classified. And how they are synthesized, as I said, that for IPP, isoprenyl phosphate, which is one of the major molecule that present on this planet, that has been used to synthesize through various enzymes like GPP synthase or APP synthase or GGP synthase. And the end products are monoterpenes or sesquiterpenes and diterpenes. And you see that carbon number do vary. For example, for monoterpenes, the carbon number is C10. For sesquiterpene, the carbon number becomes C15. That means one more isoprenate unit is added. And even for diterpenes, even carbon number becomes 20. That means there are 4 isoprene units are added. And that's how the complexity has been brought into the picture. And that is happening for, like, I will say, for multiple reasons and for multiple significance. So we are working on several of these molecules, but one of the examples that I'm going to do, elaborate it on, talk and more, discuss more in detail, is the steroidal glycoalkaloid pathways or alkaloid. These are specific class of alkaloids which are called steroidal glycoalkaloids, which are present in all the plants, I can tell you, because all the brassinosteroids and several hormones are required. And this pathway works in almost all plants, but in a different way. But these steroidal glycoalkaloids are particularly seen in Solanaceae plants and some Liliaceae plants. How they are synthesized, that we have elucidated, and we have published in last 10 years several papers in science, I mean very high impact journals like Science, Nature Communication, Nature Plants, and so on and so forth. So these secondary metabolites are synthesized from the primary metabolites. So there is a lot of good connection and there is a good crosstalk between the primary metabolites and secondary metabolites. So basic source or the substrates for specialized metabolites comes from the primary metabolites, and there is a lot of linkage, lot of chemical communication and crosstalk happens between the primary metabolites and secondary metabolites. And the question comes like, how we analyze these secondary metabolites? Is there any standard methods? Of course, there are multiple methods, but the challenges are also there. For example, to extract these metabolites, there is no universal solvent. The way it, I mean, sometimes it happens that you can have the solvent for extracting the proteins. I mean, majority of the proteins, not all the proteins, I will say. So such things are not there. Depending upon the chemical properties of molecule, their solubility changes, and that's why they're extracting at all the metabolites becomes a big challenge. Now the methods are getting optimized to develop a solvent which could be actually coming with the majority of uh, these metabolites which are potentially present in a particular plant or particular tissue of the plant. And the classical methods, all of you are very aware, thin layer chromatography or gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, or high performance liquid, high pressure liquid chromatography, or very recently LCMS, that is liquid chromatography, mass spectrometry. These are the techniques which are available, and these have been routinely used. Of course, some of them are high-end techniques, such as LCM, SMS, for example, which needs a lot of chemistry and I will say more of a technology background. But some of them are well established, and with a minimum of information, one can use these techniques to understand what is the composition of particular tissue or particular cell or cell type. Uh, as I said that some of these metabolites are volatile. If you want to communicate, for example, the nature wants to communicate or plant wants to communicate with an environment or nature, like to attract the insect or to repel the insect, they need also volatile. And for that, you need to have a technique where we can analyze the compounds which are released from the particular plant tissue. And these are the three techniques, for example, headspace measurement or solid phase macroextraction or TINAX trapping. These are the standard methods people are using to understand the composition of the volatile or the chemical composition of these volatile molecules or aroma molecules that are I'm going to talk about it in my further presentation. Technique has advantage and disadvantage. For example, if you think about HPLC, you cannot identify unknown compounds in HPLC. You need to have standards, and then only you can compare few of their retention time and few other properties, and that's how you can say that okay, this compound is present or not. But if compound is not known or you don't have standards, it will be very difficult to identify through HPLC. Very ideal method is actually GCMS, that is gas chromatography mass spectrometry, which has libraries of more than 3 lakh compounds, and then you can easily identify and understand the molecules. But still, there is a challenge. If that molecule is not present in the library, then it becomes very difficult to identify the novel compounds. And for that, a very new last 2 decades, this methodology has been developed significantly called LCMSMS, which is liquid chromatography mass spectrometry. And then this can be, I mean, used to even identify the new compounds which is not known to the science. And how we do this, probably, I mean, I will explain a little bit, but of course it needs more expertise. You need to have a chemistry background, that how the molecules get fragmented and how these fragments can be linked to identify the metabolites, and that's what we called it as a LCMSMS. And typically in LCMSMS, we called it as a parent ion and daughter ion, and based on the parent ion, you apply some collision energy, it breaks, and then it forms daughter ions, and these daughter ions with the chemistry background can be used to identify these molecules. And although I'm saying this is a complex, but don't get into the, like I'll say that technology. Now these tools are available nicely. The technique principle of this GCMS or particularly LCMSMS remains the same. What you see in the slide, for example, this lady, in my opinion, is doing mass spectrometry. So she is actually separating the, I mean, grains in this case based on their molecular weights, and she has using, I mean, very high, I mean, I will say very technically sound system that present in the LCMSMS is called collision energy, high collision energy or low collision energy to fly the molecules. So she also used the wind accordingly, how wind moves, and that's how she used even the molecules that should fly appropriately so that she can harvest. So please understand, this is a basic principle of LCMSMS, and lot of development, lot of things are happening. So I do not want to say that okay, don't read. You need to really understand the literature in much more detailed way when you are analyzing the LC-MS data. Hello, I'm audible to all of you.
Yes, sir, no
Yeah,
problem.
thank you. In between, I will ask this question because I do not want to talk to myself. That's the reason. So, for example, this is a typical slide. For example, when you want to analyze some molecules through LC-MS and identify them, so we need to know that, okay, which are the standards. So, for example, the very first molecule that you see is called very complex name, but serpegin, we called in a simple language. So, it has a mass of 194.081 Dalton. And when you want to analyze this through LC-MS method, or we call it as a targeted or non-targeted, so you need to have some standards so that you can analyze. So if you have like 5 or 6 standards, and if you analyze on your machine, and if you do not know these compounds, whether you are present in this your tissue or so. So for example, if you see these standards, these are the standard MS fragments. Okay, that means these are not the original molecule, but they are actually fragmented, and you see these fragments match. This is a standard molecule serpegin which has fragmented, and this is a tuber tissue of that plant where the serpegin is found, and you can easily see that okay, this is matching quite nicely. Not all the peaks, but majority 3 to 4 peak matches. That means your identification becomes much easier, and that's how we can identify these molecules. Although I'm telling you in these 2 slides, it needs a lot of, I will say, background and a lot of chemistry to conclude from such data or such analysis. So my first exposure to these plant metabolites started with the strawberry project, which I worked when I was in the Netherlands. So if you take a strawberry fruit and you see what are the volatiles coming from this fruit, and here we see these are 2 fruits, for example, the strawberry that we eat, and this is a typical season of strawberry, so you will be happy to see that we see this very classical molecule called linalool, which is a monoterpene, and neroldal, which is a sesquiterpene. They are coming out. Whereas if you take a wild strawberry, that means the strawberry which we don't cultivate but we see in the forest, for example, they have different molecules, and how they are analyzed, that's what we published that time. It was a long time back, but that is why my first exposure to the plant secondary metabolites. So when I came back to India and we started I thought this is my expertise now that I gain. So I started some project on mango, for example, and mango we found it is much more complex. For example, I haven't seen strawberry with a different colors. Strawberry has only one color, but if you think about mango, you have multiple colors and multiple shapes, and of course, multiple aroma, multiple taste, various tastes. For example, the sherry doesn't taste like ratna or hapus, or even like typically what we see you as a boti amba, for example. It has all different chemical properties and aroma values. So these are the compounds that we found in the mango. For example, these are monoterpenes, these are sesquiterpenes, and very simplified, I'm going to tell you that these lactones, which are very unique, and they are present only in this combination of lactones is present only in the Alfonso and not in other mango varieties. And same is the case with this molecule called furanones in the form of furanol or methylfuran. Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
sir,
sir,
it is
no problem.
audible.
Thank you. I mean, in between, I'm going to ask because I see the range has been changed. So when we analyze these 27 mango cultivars, and we could see that several of these cultivars are very rich in the monoterpenes, but there are some cultivars which are rich in the sesquiterpenes. And you can now understand why these varieties, except the pyri, for example, these all varieties are used for making pickles. And the sesquiterpenes has a lot of antimicrobial properties. So whatever our ancestors were doing, probably although they don't know what is the monoterpene and what is the sesquiterpene, but they know other application that if you want to store something, you need to have the these molecules are actually very important for as far as the preservation properties. On the other hand, the varieties like, for example, or even Maya, these varieties are used for the using the fresh fruit, and we could understand the chemistry of it. Coming back to a very specific thing, like for example, these 22 cultivar, Indian cultivars and 5 non-Indian cultivars, when we analyze, we could see there are more than 85 volatiles, which in the form of these molecules or these classes of molecules we could see. And to our surprise, only few molecules, only 3 molecules were common. And now that gives a scientific basis why each variety or each mango has a different taste. That means several of these compounds do vary from one variety of mango to another variety of mango. And that was very surprising to see. And I think all of you have seen this advertisement of Katrina Kaif about Amasutra. So probably she says that she knows the what is very unique in Alfonso. Probably if I get chance to meet her, uh, I will tell that she doesn't know what are the metabolites and compounds that are present. Of course, she has advertised it. So coming back to the scientific question that we asked that time when we started this project. So all of you know that hapus is a grafted plant. That means genetically it is the same. And we grow typically in the coastal region of Maharashtra, which we called as the Konkan region, starting from Mumbai to Goa. And still you prefer to have a hapus from Devgad or Ratnagiri and not the hapus coming from the other regions. So although it is a genetically same plant, why it is so different from one place to another place? And that was the question, that was a biological question that came in our mind, and we thought, let us understand what is that. So what we did is we selected the 5 plants from these 3 locations, from Dapoli, Devgad and Vengurla. These are the 3 different regions in the coastal region. And we analyzed the developing mango fruits from the month of November till February, and even the different stages of ripening. And we did a metabolomics, we did a proteomics, we did a transcriptomic analysis, detailed transcriptomic analysis of all these stages, and we come up with a very interesting data set. I'm not going to share all the data with you because of time constraint, but I will try to tell you what happens when in the fruits which is collected from Dapoli, Devgad and Vengurle, for example, in particularly aroma related metabolites, what is happening. So please pay attention. I'm just sharing you what happens during the ripening. So 0 DH means the day that we harvest the fruits from the plant. 5 DH and 10 DH and 15 DH is the different stages of the ripening, and that I will show you in the form of pulp. And we analyze the skin as well as pulp, and I'm showing you the data coming from the pulp. So if you see here, this monoterpenes as well as the sesquiterpenes which are present in the mango, particularly in Alfonso, they are there at 0 DH. That means when the fruit is harvested from the plant, which is a green fruit, and definitely we don't like the taste because it is too sour and it doesn't have a particular aroma. So these monoterpenes and sesquiterpenes are present, but they don't have the taste that we really need. At 5 DH, you see that the concentration of these metabolites do change. But what you see at 10 DH, that means when the mango starts ripening, we see that there are deneo-synthesized these metabolites in the form of lactones and mesophyrones. And that was quite interesting. And I would like to pay you attention for these colors. For example, green, so blue means Dapoli, red color means actually Devgad, and the green color is actually Vengurla. And if you see what happens at 15 days, that means the fruit which is ready to eat or ready to use for actually human consumption, you see these compounds, this lactones and mesophyrones, which were completely absent at earlier stages, this were very high amount, and particularly if you see in the Devgad region, they were very high. And that's why probably the fruits coming from the Devgad region has the lactonic odor or lactonic taste, and that we prefer, whereas the fruits coming from Dapoli do have the lactones, but the composition of this lactones is relatively less. So they look like more of a terpenoids, terpenic, and I mean from the Vengurle it has a mixed one. And what we have seen typically is like in the computer we learn that there is a programming, but what we understand and we never even consider that even in the different fruits or different plant cell or plant tissue, there is a nice programming what to synthesize and what to not synthesize. And we have taken 3 mango varieties, like for example Alfonso, which has a very nice taste and aroma, which is rich in lactones. The second example is Pyri, which also is popular by the way, but it has not the flavor or aroma like what we see for Alfonso. And there is one variety which is typically popular in the Western world called Kent, and it doesn't have a lactones. So we are considering this in the form of this metabolites or metabolic pathways which are present in the these fruits like Alfonso, Pyri, and Kent. And what we see, the programming in the Alfonso for biosynthesis of these lactones is perfect. For example, the genes which are expressed here, for example, LOX or ACO or even PGX, which are actually matches with the substrate availability and so on. And that's why they are actually rich in the lactone. Where this programming is messed up in the Pyri, but not in the greater extent. So that's why you do see some of these metabolites present. And that's why we see some aroma or some flavor to the Pyri. But if you think about Kent, where there are no lactones, this programming is screwed up. And that is what we need to understand. And if we understand this, how they are synthesized, probably we will be in a position to really manipulate the flavor or manipulate the aroma even for other varieties. And this work, I mean, although I'm talking about it in maybe 10-15 minutes, but this work is from last 10 plus years going on in our lab. And this has been not only helped to publish a paper or to patent different genes which are involved in this biosynthesis of these metabolites, but it also helped to farmers from the Konkan region that they could get GI applications successfully done based on our data, and they are getting benefited. So if you think about the basic science and applied science, there's a lot of linkages, and we should also believe that basic science also gets converted into the. Now coming back to the second story, which is as I said in my introduction, that I'm going to talk about the steroidal glycoalkaloids, or the molecule called cholesterol. You get scared when you heard the name of cholesterol, but this cholesterol is present even in the plant. It is not only in animal tissue. And we this serves, the cholesterol serves as a substrate for this steroidal glycoalkaloid biosynthesis. When we started this project, all these dotted lines means nothing was known that how these molecules, steroidal saponones or steroidal alkaloids, are present or synthesized in the plant. What we know is probably they are synthesized from the cholesterol. So we looked into the literature. For example, how the cholesterol is synthesized in the plant was probably not known, but it was known, and somebody got Nobel Prize in 1964. Even in the cholesterol is present even in the fungi, that was also known, but in the plant, how it is synthesized was not known. So as my title says, that we have used the multi-omics approach. That means if you see here, we have used the transcriptomic data in the form of co-expression analysis, proteomic data in the form of co-expression analysis, and this is actually the metabolites. And we linked all these things, and we were able to understand how these metabolites are synthesized. Probably I will share in further slides. For example, what we understand is there are several genes or the enzymes which are coded by these genes are actually doing a double role. For example, you see these are the genes which actually can conduct the pathway for cholesterol as well as this brassionosteroids or sigmasterol. But some of these genes or the enzymes which are encoded by these genes are very unique for a particular pathway. And this is a paper we published in the Nature Plants, and we called it as a nature patchwork. That means these enzymes are promiscuous. They can carry out both the reaction. For example, if you see here, they can use this cycloequinolone and convert it into obistophiloyl, whereas the same enzyme, the cyclopyranol isomerase, can take this as a substrate and convert it into the respective product. However, this is oxidase, SMO4 and SMO2, but SMO2 cannot really use this lopephenol as a substrate and convert it into cholesterol. And same thing is this SMO4 cannot use this as a substrate. So how beautifully nature has actually come up with this strategy is quite unique. And to prove this enzymes are actually making cholesterol, we have expressed the 10 genes in the Arabidopsis, and we could see the level of cholesterol is increased significantly. And we perform this further analysis, like for example, like several tissues coming from the tomato. For example, like you see this very small tomato, peel, flesh, seeds, roots, young leaves, or even mature leaves, birds, flowers, and so on. You see that there are different metabolites, and you also see that how they are changed in the fruits during the ripening. And to make it more simpler, for example, simple for you, for example, these metabolites are seen in the green fruit of tomato. These metabolites are seen in the orange tomato, which is a middle stage of ripening, and when the tomato ripens, we are seeing these metabolites. And if you are a good biochemist or chemist, you will be able to understand what is the conversion of these metabolites into this. And if you see more carefully, there are more very specific reactions such as hydroxylation, glycosylation, acylation is happening. And then we can able to understand which enzymes are involved, and then you can go back to see which genes are actually encoded by this encoding these enzymes. So that's how we understood. So to coming back to the these anti-nutritional compounds are present in the potato, tomato, or even eggplant like brinjal, how they are unique. And all of you know that when potato turns to be green or even sprouted, it is not advisable to eat because these have this toxic compound called steroidal alkaloid in the form of alpha solanin in potato and alpha tomatin in the form of steroidal glycolate present in the tomato, and this is in potato. And this compound was first identified in 1824. That means like almost 200 years back. And how it was synthesized was not known. And as I said, this was the initial stage that what we understood. This also you have seen that how these are synthesized. And based on that data, we come up with multi-omic approaches, as I said, proteomics, metabolomics, and transcriptomic to identify some of these genes and shut down, or maybe I will say nail down, like only these 10 or 20 genes are involved, and then we can characterize and prove that how these actually synthesize. And I'm going to give you how we solve the story of alpha tomatin and alpha solanin in potato and tomato respectively. So for example, this particular step, starting from cholesterol to 22 hydroxycholesterol, is carried out by this GAME7 enzyme or GAME7 gene, and which carries out this reaction called hydroxylations. Similarly, this 22 hydroxycholesterol gets converted to 22, 26 dihydroxycholesterol by this gene called GAME8, and which encodes again the cytochrome P450 gene, which carries out this hydroxylation. So how we have put up this whole pathway coming from cholesterol to alpha tomatin in tomato and from cholesterol to alpha solanin in potato. So we identified these genes and we proved, produced more evidences using very high-end approaches like gene silencing, gene overexpression, and both of them in several cases. And I will show you that how we do it. For example, when we silence the GAME4, what should happen typically what we see is that if you silence the GAME4, this process will not happen, and that's what exactly happened. So for example, if you silence the GAME4, we could see that alpha solanin is actually dramatically reduced in the silence plants, whereas what we see is this alpha saponins, or like the steroidal saponins, are actually increased. And if you see this slide, for example, what we could understand after detailed analysis is that this pathway gets turned off, but the another pathway gets started, and this uses this as a substrate. So that is the beauty of nature, how this is happening. And at the end, when we could prove by just silencing one gene, we could get rid of this very anti-nutritional or complicated compounds called steroidal glycolides in the potato as well as tomato. And to show you this slide, for example, if you see level of alpha solanin in wild type versus GAME4 silenced plant, it is almost gone. And whether you expose this potato to the light, and all of you know that when you expose the potato to the light, the concentration of these metabolites goes up. But if you have silenced this particular gene, even if you expose to the light, these compounds are not synthesized. So by silencing one gene, you can actually get rid of these compounds. And this is what was the application, for example, to breed the new potato varieties or new tomato varieties with less number of these anti-nutritional compounds. When we published this paper in Science, the Science editorial wrote about our paper from nasty to tasty. That means by just changing the expression of a particular gene called GAME4, we can make this tuber or potato tubers or even tomato much more tasty. That's what they mean to say. So I will stop here. I wanted to talk to you about more detailed things, but unfortunately I have to travel, so I just cut down my presentation and kept only for, I will say, 1 hour. I thought I should talk to you, and then we should give more time for question answers. So whatever I talk today is not the work that I did in the lab all the time. These were the students actually who contributed for these projects. And we believe on a joint family, and that's how this group was started by Dr. Ranjekar in 1977 in National Chemical Laboratory. And today we continue, myself, Dr. Narendra Kadu, Dr. Rakesh Joshi, these are my colleagues who are actually equally important and contributed to these projects, and of course all the students. So with this, I would like to say thank you, and I'll be very happy to answer your question. And I'm very sorry for this inconvenience. Probably a couple of times I was disconnected, and you guys have to help me to see that where I was and so on. So with this, I will stop here, and I will be very happy to answer the question. Ravindra.
Sir, actually, Ravindra sir has got a call. He's outside.
Yeah.
On the behalf of him, I request participants, if there are any questions you can ask, you can just unmute yourself and ask any of your doubts.
Yeah, I will be very happy to.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Thank you for a very interested and informative talk. I have one question regarding there are different metabolite which will be present in plant, and many times we don't know which one is that.
Right.
So you have suggested one method, but then also there is also need of standard or what? Otherwise, how can we know about which one is the unknown?
Yeah, so there are different methods are available. To unknown compounds, actually, the most preferable method use LCMS. Yeah, so this needs little bit chemistry background, but that is the best method. But if you are looking for the compound which are known, then you can use the GCMS. But the limitation of GCMS is that the compound should be volatile. That means it should have that capacity. If a compound is bigger than 1000 Dalton, maybe. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, I hope you got answer. You need some chemistry person to help you to identify unknown compounds. If the compound is present in the library, then it is easy to analyze. But now there are a lot of AI tools are available. There are synthetic libraries of the compound, how the compounds are fragmented. And then you can use the LCMS tools to identify the metabolites, but you need still some kind of a training is required.
Okay, sir. If we know plant, then we can find out the metabolite which is already present over there from the library, and by taking help of AI.
Exactly.
Okay.
Basically, what AI means in this case is that the fragmented library. Like for example, if you take a molecule and if you fragment in silico, it will produce some fragments. And when you do this experimentally, and if you see the same fragments are present, then of course you will be able to identify it. But please believe that it is not that easy. You need to use the standards. You need to run the standards along with your sample, so that you are very confident. Because nowadays most of the journals need raw data. That means when you say that this compound is present in this plant, so what was the evidence and what are the different tools you use to identify the compound is very, very important.
Thank you, sir.
But you guys can contact me, or even I will say on NCL website, we have several people available to discuss few of the aspects, and we do analyze the samples through LCMS. I mean, for academic institutes, the rates are very low. For industry, they are very high.
Thank you, sir. We will approach you. Thank you.
Good evening, sir. This is Dr. Nalini.
Yes, hello.
Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm good. I hope
you could remember this is through Sanna Professor Siddhanandam, sir.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah. Sir, I have a question, something similar to what the previous person asked. We are doing some green synthesis of silver nanoparticles.
Okay.
So if we want to identify what is the compound that is interacting, is it through the nanoparticle we can analyze, or we have to go only from the plant side? Because it will be a shortcut, right? When we go through nanoparticles. What is the molecule of the plant?
Yeah, for nanoparticles, there are different technologies or different tech. I'm sure you are the person of person, so you know there are different tools. Here we are talking about a chemical compound which is actually having a mass of at least 100-150 Dalton. So if you think about your nanoparticles, they are in a small size, and there are SEM or TEM, or there are, I mean, variety of techniques are available to, understand the size and maybe even. But if you want to understand the composition, I think again for nanoparticle, people prefer to use ICP and few other things, methodology, not the LCM SMS based. That's what I mean, based on my understanding, I'm telling.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions further?
Yes. Does anyone have any questions?
If they are in the chat box, you can read for me.
I'll just check. No, sir, there is no question in the chat box.
Yeah.
So I think there is no doubt. Sir, your session was very enlightening. You just took us. It felt like we are also in your lab working on the same projects that you explained. So it was really really an enlightening session.
I'm sorry because I'm traveling, by the way. One of my relatives is not well, so I'm in the vehicle, by the way. I gave this talk.
Sir. No, but still it really felt like we are in the lab and we are watching all these things by our naked eyes. So it was really enlightening. On the behalf of the Department of Microbiology and Biotechnology, RC Patel Shirpur, I thank you once again for this session.
It's my pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah. Thank
Sir,
you.
sorry to interrupt. Can I ask one question?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Actually, you have studied so many compounds from mango, strawberry, and many other plants, and the synthesis and the metabolic pathways of synthesis. Now, my one question is, there are many synthetic flavors which are used in food and many food items like ice creams, cakes, chocolate. There are main number of items. So these flavors, when we are using, and they say they are nature identical, or sometimes it is written they are synthetic. So in that case, all these flavors, is it possible to produce by chemical means? And I mean, we can make out that it is not natural, but many times, we eat it as a mango flavored or chiku flavor, whatever it is. I mean, so they are. I mean, so that we are able to produce it by synthetic means, or
yeah, I understand your question. So yeah, very important and I will say very relevant question as far as today's science is concerned. Unfortunately, you cannot synthesize several molecules through chemical way.
Yeah, because the structure is so complex. All are linked.
Exactly.
The
For
pathway
example,
is also very complex.
to synthesize the limonides, there are limonides which are present in, for example, neem. So there are 41 steps.
Exactly, yeah.
So it's not easy to synthesize all the molecules, and unfortunately, I can tell you, people do claim that these are natural molecules, and so it is not really true. Because today, natural, like for example, very popular flavor that we see is vanillin, for example. Yeah,
right.
You all like. Sometimes we call plain ice cream is vanillin.
Yeah.
So, only 5% of this vanillin, which is coming from the plant called vanillin. I mean, this vanillin comes from the plant. Yeah. So this is only 5%, and 90%, 95% of them is a synthetic. And the cost of natural versus synthetic is like, for natural compound, it is 10 times or even 100 times more.
Yes.
And why do we prefer natural? Because nature is very, I will say, very precise. And all of you know that these compounds are present in the different chiral forms. Okay.
Right.
S form or L form, like when you write amino acids and so on, you say L amino acid or D amino acid, like
D and L.
Yeah. And in chemical synthesis, we cannot control this chirality. And these chiral molecules could be extremely toxic or harmful to the human beings.
Correct.
Whereas when mango, synthesizes this compound, it is synthesized through enzymes. And
Mm-hmm.
enzymes are very precise. They will not have even 0.0001%
Yeah.
possibility.
Yes,
Point
yes.
zero
There
zero
will be
zero
no
zero.
error. Yeah.
Yeah. So there will be no error. It will be only S form or L form, which is a
Correct.
safe for us. So
Correct.
this is the biggest challenge to the scientific community. And good that you asked these questions, or all participants got benefited. There's a lot of potential to do metabolic pathway engineering. That means,
Mm-hmm.
for example, if I isolate the genes of mango
Mm.
and do this metabolic engineering in the yeast,
We'll get that flavor.
I can produce these mango metabolites in the same form what is produced in the mango through the enzymes or genes coming from the mango. So that is called
Mm-hmm.
metabolic pathway engineering, and this is
Mm.
actually now boom, that how we can use this metabolic pathway engineering and we can produce these molecules in large amount, so that we can take a pressure of using fresh fruits for everything. I mean, for this, like for example, you see mango ice cream or milkshakes
Yes.
and so on. Can we use the naturally synthesized compound? Not synthesized means not like through a chemistry route, but through biology route, through
Mm-hmm.
enzymes. So this is very upcoming science, and it needs a little bit more investment, because we have to make this competitive with the prices, because everything actually unfortunately goes back to money. So if you
Yes.
come up with a good amount of these compounds in a reasonable price, probably the market of these natural compounds will go high, and this will be not harmful for us. So very nice question. Thank you. You asked question. May I know your name?
Sir, myself, Dr. Rama Bhadekar, I worked in NCL with Dr. Mala Madam.
Okay, a long time back. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I hope
So,
I answered your question.
yeah, yeah.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Hello?
Yes, yes, I'm able to hear you. Please ask if you have a question.
Yeah, sir, I want to ask one thing, that these flavor compounds, the genes for the flavor compounds can be isolated and then they can be used to transform other plants so that the other plants
Yes,
can also produce those
yes,
metabolites, right?
yes, yes. You
So if
understood this.
we,
I'm so happy.
yeah,
Yeah. But
so
not only
these
plants,
genes,
we can use it. We can use it for doing metabolic pathway engineering in the yeast, for example, or
yeah, yeah,
bacteria.
I know. But then if we want to use these genes to say transform rival variety or pyri variety, they will
Okay.
also be able to produce Alfonso-like flavors. Is it?
Yeah. It's not that
Okay.
easy, but majority of the compounds which are responsible for the aroma can be produced. It is not
Produced.
exactly like
So
everything cannot be produced, but there, for example,
some
if
of
you
the things.
understand,
Uh,
yeah, now, or even if you understand how these genes are expressed and how these genes are regulated, so we can remove
yeah,
that regulation so that you can even have the mangoes producing the same aroma.
producing the same aroma.
Yeah.
So my question was that if we go on doing such work, then these indigenous varieties of the fruits, will they vanish from the nature?
I don't think so, because the breeding is happening. Like for example, whatever the varieties that we were using for chickpea, like take
Yeah.
example of harbara, for example. Now because of the yield and other parameters, they are disappeared. So this will happen
Yeah.
because we continuously do the breeding. So it is not something new that we are introducing, because we have now
Yeah.
I mean, now for example, if we need a more natural molecules, not synthetic molecule, it is ultimately we have to do these things for what I will say benefit of the human beings and other things. So yes,
Yeah.
some of the variety might disappear. I mean, if you see now, when we were kids, we used to have 20 different varieties of mango in a one village.
Mangoes. Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
we have only the Ratna or Keshar, or so that is happening. I mean, these all are driven by market.
Yeah. The other thing that I wanted to ask was, I was
Please.
working on pelargonium, this biosynthesis of the flavor,
Okay.
fragrance rather. I heard that these Lux and all the soaps, they use the rose flavor, which is not actually isolated from the rose petals, but they isolate it from pelargonium. So does
Okay.
pelargonium have the same pathway? And likewise, we can also find the same pathway, means homologs of the desired compounds in other plants, just the way pelargonium also produces rose fragrance.
Aroma. Yeah,
Yeah.
so I do not know this example, but madam, if these molecules are exactly same like what are produced in the rose. For example, like there are few metabolites, like for example, we identified one metabolite from osminum, which is a tulsi plant,
Yeah.
which is present very high amount in clove, for example, lavang. So both are coming from the plant, so it should be all right. The pathway might be
It
vary
should be all
from,
right.
yeah,
because
they are,
pelargonium,
yeah, you are right.
pelargonium is a geranium plant, geranium. So that is
Exactly.
easy to grow, and from the leaves we can I have actually scented the leaves, and it really produces rose fragrance.
Yeah, so that is very much, that is the beauty. Once you identify
Yeah.
which molecule has a very strong aroma, or the aroma threshold is very, odor threshold is very low, then these molecules could be used to manipulate. But then they should be not synthetic; it should be from plant. That's what exactly you are
They'll
saying.
be from natural sources, and they are like homologs of the actual, means rose, like in this case rose petals.
Yes. It's
Scent.
very well possible, and I think one should, unless we understand what is the major contributor from aroma for anything, like whether it's rose or mango or whatever. So then I think we can find the better sources and better cultivation. What you said, for example, mango fruit will take 1 year to have fruit, but leaf can be. I mean, if you produce, if
Can
you give
produce
the,
that fragrance, and it will be a renewable resource also.
yes, very nice. I mean, it's a good idea,
Yeah.
in fact. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello,
My
sir.
name is Mrunal Damle. You know me. I'm Gauri Bhatt.
Oh my word. Gauri, you are asking this question.
Yeah. I
Okay.
thought I'll tell this to you in the end.
How
Nice. It was really a nice presentation, and it was really nice to hear you after so many years.
I couldn't recognize you, Gauri, sorry, but I think, I
Yeah.
mean, there will be no any way that I can forget you. The way we work together in several years.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ashok. Bye. Nice to see.
Hello, sir.
Yes, please.
Yeah, this is question regarding the last
Maybe
slide.
please introduce yourself. That is better, because I will not have a problem like what I
I'm
just
Dr.
had with the Gauri, one of my colleague.
Yeah. I think I'm very far from your. I'm Dr. Praveen from Andhra Pradesh, Tirupati.
Okay.
So
Your good name?
this is a question. Sorry.
Your good name?
Praveen.
Praveen. Yes, Praveen.
The last slide you show about the patents on the plant-based drugs.
Yeah.
If you know, I'm wondering if you know what is the absorption of curcumin, efficiency of absorption of curcumin in the presence of piperine.
What
You
is
have
the
any idea? Absorption of curcumin, turmeric in the blood.
I didn't get your question, Praveen. Sorry. What is the
absorption, intestinal absorption of curcumin?
Oh, I mean, I do not know this. I'm not a person who studied this, but these are the compounds which are known, and they are being used for multiple things. I mean, I'm not a person who did animal experiments or even this.
Thank you.
I understand the metabolic pathways and so on. But yes, I mean, I'm sure there are, I mean, a lot of derivatives of the curcumin. That's what I know. And some of the derivatives, I mean, I think you are asking about bioavailability, yeah?
Yes, correct. Okay, sir. Thank you.
So whether they are not like readily bioavailable, but there are several compounds which are bioavailable as well. And scientists are modifying them accordingly to make its availability more high for the biological functions.
Okay, so I guess there are no questions now. So I thank you again, Ashok Giri sir.
Sir, can I ask one question?
Yeah, okay.
Just now we spoke about these compounds, and as he said, I mean, he gave an example of aniline. Like these natural compounds are very expensive because of the yield and all. So flavoring with natural compounds becomes very costly. So we move to synthetic compounds. So I wanted to ask you, because now tissue culture techniques are very well advanced, and when we grow these plants by tissue culture techniques, I mean, there will be difference in the wild varieties and the tissue culture plants.
Right.
So, because the conditions in which they grow, the stress that they abiotic stress that they face, in wild and in control conditions will be altogether different, but they will be uniform. So in that case, For many plants it has been tried. Almost, I think all the plants, tissue culture plants, are available. So in that case, is that method viable for getting these things?
Yes, madam. By and large, yes, because one of the, you are a very learned person. So with tissue culture, you can get a true, I will say, clonal population, like uniform population.
Yeah,
So
genetically uniform.
yes, majority things will be achieved. But as I said, even if you have a same genetics, but the same mango gives better aroma or taste when it is grown in the Devgarh region, but not in the. So for these metabolic pathways and the biosynthesis of these metabolites has lot of environmental effects also, like how the plants,
Yeah.
as you rightly said, that how these plants are actually grown, whether they are how exposed to this biotic or a biotic stresses, or even number of things are available actually. Number of things are actually influence the biosynthetic pathway.
Yes,
What
yes.
you ask very rightly is like, for example, why Ratrani gives the aroma during night?
Yeah.
These compounds are not synthesized, or they are not at least in the form of volatile present in the daytime. So plant
Yes.
does not do this for us, by the way. They do for their own
Yeah.
function. So we have to understand
Yeah.
their
Yeah.
pathways.
Don't like. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this cannot be substitute for, again, tissue culture cannot substitute this. Cannot satisfy this requirement of these compounds which are required in such a
The
large.
tissue culture is a very, I will say, ideal tool to have a clonal population. But how
Hmm.
you cultivate and what is your motivation or what is your
Hmm.
objective, that matters actually. So, for example, all banana nowadays, if you see, all these companies are producing millions of plants to tissue culture,
Hmm.
and it is benefiting the farmer.
Yeah.
And to get the uniformity in number of agronomical traits that you cannot get when you use the rhizome, like typically earlier methods were followed. So it has advantage, but what your questions particularly is also true, that it depends upon what are the cultivation practices. Still, if it is a tissue culture plant, it might vary from one farmer to another farmer. What agricultural practices one has used, that will have influence on the secondary metabolites significantly, and the way this has been seen in the yield and other parameters.
Yes. Yeah. Because we had tried for some medicinal plant, and then the activity was not. We couldn't
That
get the
enough.
activity.
Yes,
Yeah.
you are right.
The
No, but we
white.
have to understand, madam, we have to understand how the pathways are regulated.
Yeah.
We did this experiment long time back, and we expressed one of the strawberry gene in Arabidopsis, and we are expecting that these metabolites will be produced. But unfortunately, we did not see these metabolites are produced in large amount because the substrates were not available.
Right.
So this has, when we have to understand the metabolic pathways, and that's what I was trying to show you in one slide. If you understand how the gene expression is regulated and how it has been controlled by the plant.
Yes. Yeah.
It's completely screwed up. So genes are there, but they are not useful to produce these metabolites. So it's a very tricky question when it comes to secondary metabolites or specialized metabolites.
Right. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm very happy that the participants were very proactive and there were a lot of questions and answers. So I also thanks once again to the organizers as well as all the active participants who could listen very patiently. And I'm very happy that they understood what I was trying to tell in my presentation, although it was interrupted a couple of times.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And sorry to interrupt you in your traveling.
No, it's not you, it's my problem.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, should I leave the meeting? Is it okay?
Yes, sir. No
Thank
problem in
you.
that.
Thank
Yeah,
you
okay.
very much.
Thank
Bye
you.
bye. झालं बाबा. झालं का?
Okay, so we have come to the last session of this 6 days online FDP. So this session will be of 1.5 hours, and this will be followed by the validity session, and then you will have to appear for the test as per the discussion. So our next speaker has already joined, I think, Dr. Arvind sir. Arvind sir. Just give me a second.
Hello.
Okay.
Yeah,
Arvind
I
sir.
was on mute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I have made you the presenter. You just try to share your slide to check if it is visible.
Yes, just give me a minute. Okay, hope my slides are visible.
Yeah, sir, it is completely visible. So welcome to this AICTE ATAL sponsored 6 days online FDP, and this is the last session for this FDP. And our speaker is here, Dr. Arvind Dabade. Doctor, I'll just shortly introduce you, sir, first informally, and then we'll start the session. So Dr. Arvind holds a PhD in biotechnology, and he is currently the key account manager at Intra Global Biosystems. He has previously worked at Merck Life Sciences as an account manager, and he has also worked as a senior research fellow at various institutions. His area of research include protein purification, characterization, and various protein-related studies. He has gathered many research papers in his academic as well as industrial career. And today he is going to share some of his thoughts on various topics. So I request Dr. Arvind Davade sir to please enlighten us with the session. Yeah, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Tejas, for nice introduction.
Yes, sir.
To tell about myself, I am working as a key account manager for the organizations who are working with the biopharmaceutical industries, biopharma productions, and for the vaccine manufacturers specifically. So that's why I have chosen one topic for which in which I have tried to connect the bridge in between the academia and industries. Okay, so sometime if we talk about the industries and academic workflow, what we learn in our academic days, that is quite something different. So in order to find the bridge in between the two things, industry and academia, I've tried to make this session more informative, and then we'll discuss the questions after that. So my topic is the vaccine development, specifically vaccine development and related to the pharma analytical quality testings and drug screening using qPCR. So okay. Okay. So it content-wise, I've tried to brief the history of vaccine. It just to summarize recollect some information related to the vaccine. Nothing else. It will not be a detailed discussion. And then I'll brief on what are the vaccines and what are the types of vaccine. Then I'll brief the general manufacturing process. Up till this topic it will be just a summary of the vaccine related things. And after that, we'll go into the detail of quality testing parameters. What are the quality testing parameters and how we can employ the quantitative PCR for the biopharmaceutical industries and vaccines. So in that also one more topic will go in deep, that is the drug development. That means how qPCR is useful and helpful for the drug development. That will be the focused agenda. And finally, we'll go through some summary of this session. And here I just want to present some expected takeaways of this session. What I want, that is, after this session, people will have a brief understanding of industrial workflow and vaccine manufacturing, so that the people will know that what is the actual workflow and what are the workflows we need to perform into the industry to check the quality, to check the safety of vaccine, to ensure that the vaccines are proper for the use and for end use. And the another one is the application of qPCR area. So how qPCR will be helpful in industrial perspective for the quality control and development of that. And as I initially told you, my purpose is to connect the bridge in between the academia learnings and the industrial workflow. That is the most expected takeaway for me. For me. Okay, so let's start with the detailing of this session. So if you talk about the history, long back in ancient time, the concept of vaccine was there, but the concept was not that defined, I'll say. So initially what was happening, the people was supposed to expose themselves naturally to the some specific diseases like smallpox, and they were thinking that if we expose to the some specific diseases, that will build our immunity. So concept was already there since 2000 BCE. Concept was there, and since 15th century, the concept of vaccine is already existing. So here in 1796, Edward Jenner, who was the first person introduced the concept of vaccine and practically tried to inject, to inoculate the vaccine as a cowpox source and into the individual. The name of that individual is James Phipps. So we can mention that the James Phipps is the first person who received the vaccine from the scientist Edward Jenner. And after that, in 1872, the first vaccine produced into the laboratory. The scientist was Louis Pasteur, and the vaccine was against the cholera. Okay. After that, again, the second invention came into the 1885. The Louis Pasteur successfully produced the vaccine of rabies, and it was given to the person. The name was Joseph Minster, and he was the first person in the history who got the first vaccine after the development in lab. And after that, in 1967, the first mass vaccination begins with the help of World Health Organization, and that was for the smallpox. And why should not mention the name of India also? The Serum Institute was founded by Cyrus Poonawalla in 1966, and we are the major manufacturer of vaccine as a country, and near about 65% of vaccines worldwide received by the childs through the Serum Institute. That's the complete achievement, you can say, for the India. Okay, so just to brief about the vaccines. What are vaccines? They are the biological preparation which provides us the acquired immunity. Yes, by definition, they are purely the biological preparation, and they provide you the acquired immunity, which is as similar as the normal immune power, which is naturally available in the system, in the body. Okay, another word to clearly define the vaccine is that they are the natural defense. So that means we are not introducing any drug, we are not introducing any external molecule. It will not going to fight with the microorganism or infectious agents, but they will increase your natural defense through the natural mechanism. Again, one more word explains vaccine very well, that is train your immune system. And they will create antibodies inside. They will train your immune system to fight with the pathogenic infections. And yes, vaccines are the stimulator. So one specific image I have created here. So if you can see, this one is the antibody, which is similar to the natural acquired immunity, and they joins hand to recover the infection. That's the complete idea of vaccine. Okay. So with this, the concept of vaccine is clear. We need to go through the types of vaccine which are available in the concepts. The vaccines are the live pathogen, might be a bacteria, might be the viruses. Okay, so if we define the types of vaccines, the first one is the live attenuated vaccines, and these are the examples of the live attenuated vaccines. These pathogens will be cultured. Just a minute, I just need to switch on the pointer. Concentrate. Okay. Okay. So the pathogen will be cultured. In the sense here, it might be the bacteria, it might be the virus. It will be cultured and then it will be inactivated with the help of the specific methods. I'm not going to explain what are the methods for the activations, and they will produce the vaccines. Okay. And another thing is that the culture then we after culturing, then purification, and then they will produce the vaccine. So both these types are supposed to be mentioned as the live attenuated vaccines. Okay. So another thing I want to mention, that is inactivated killed antigens. Okay, inactivated killed antigens in the sense, once we culture the microorganism, the specific part of that microbes or specific part of that uh, microorganisms can be purified as antigen, and then it will be inactivated, and then it acts as a vaccine. For that, the example is whole genome, whole cell pertussis. And third type is that the subunit, the purified antigen. The purified antigen can be culture, then purified subunit can be injected into the individual as a vaccines. And last one is the toxoid, inactivated one. Toxoids are anything. So we know that some toxoids are like these are the proteins only in nature, and this toxin, the example of that is the tetanus and diphtheria toxins. One more type of vaccine I need to explain, that is the cloning, that is recombinant vaccines. So if we see that the pathogen can be inactivated or activated with the specific desired gene, and that gene can be introduced as a seed gene, and then this organism can be culture as culture, and then that inactivated recombinant microorganism can be served as a vaccines. So these are the four major types of vaccine: live attenuated, inactivated killed antigen, and then subunit purified antigen, and last one is toxins. So next one, next one I want to brief you about is the general manufacturing process. Why this is important? Because the upcoming topic will give you the more idea about the vaccine manufacturing. So there are two methods specifically. One is downstream, another is upstream one. So selection of strain is most important thing while we create the vaccines. The strain might be the virus or bacteria or a cell line. Okay, so virus and bacteria. Why I have mentioned cell lines? Because sometime for the growth of this bacteria virus, you need to take the help of some specific cell lines so that that particular protein can be synthesized inside the system. So the in first thing, microbial culture or cell culture specifically. So in that, the method used for the bacterial culture is batch culture, continuous culture, and the method used for virus cultivations is like cell culture. That's what I have mentioned. Sometime to cultivate the bacteria or virus, you need to culture that organism into the specific system, like embryo culture, live animal, and a transgenic animal also be useful for the production, specifically for the MAPS. MAPS, nothing but the monoclonal antibodies. So after that, once you culture the organisms, you need to isolate and purify the desired molecule. Desired molecule, it might be the specific protein, it might be the antigen, and that this purification can be employed with the help of certain methods like centrifugation is there, the filtration is there, and chromatographic techniques. all these I'm not going to explain. It's just a brief. Okay. So and finally, once you purify that particular organism or that particular compound from preparation, it's required to the inactivate. If it's depend on onto the type of vaccine again. For inactivation, these are the methods like pasteurization with pH inactivation, or even inactivation we need to employ. And the last one is the after inactivation and formulation, the last one is that quality control. That's what the area which we will focus mostly in this presentation and in detail. So while it comes to the quality control, we need to check whether the manufactured product is sterile, the chemistry wise that particular product is correct, efficiency and safety wise product has to comply with the specification. And for all these things, now we will talk about the qPCR. And this qPCR, with the help of qPCR, we are going to evaluate the parameters like the microbial detection or mycoplasma detection, a residual plasmid DNA quantification, rapid sterility testing. So that means now here the actual topic begins. That means how we can monitor the quality of vaccines with the help of qPCR, quantitative PCR I'm talking about. So what are the tasks we can do? That is microbial detection. Okay, I will go into deep one by one. Then rapid mycoplasma testings. Mycoplasma is also the type of microorganism, the smallest microorganism, which are a smaller one, prokaryotes to mention. Then the residual plasmid DNA quantification and rapid sterility testing. So these are the four major workflow which are carried out into the industry to check the quality of vaccines with the help of qPCR. After that, we'll go into the deep, that is the drug research and the development. The drug research in the sense, whatever vaccine we need to produce, that vaccine, whatever vaccine we need to develop, that has to go through these major steps: antigen screening, antibody screening, biomarker screening, and expression analysis. We'll go separately one by one of each topic. Before that, I just want to summarize the PCR chain reaction, polymerase chain reaction, what it is actually. Okay, so it just brief. I know you people are well aware about all these things, but just to understand, these are the three major steps of PCR. Okay, and these are the requirements of PCR: DNA sample required, the primer required, the nucleotides, different nucleotides, all for nucleotide it's required, and the enzyme which will catalyze the reaction. So if for that, the different types of thermal cycler or PCR machines, I'll say, are available into the market. Okay, but the difference, the major difference into the PCR and qPCR is that here in real time, we need to quantify the actual PCR reaction with the help of the two technologies which are readily available into the market and readily used into the market, that is cyber green dye and the Tachman probe. So a cyber green dye is simply the dye which will be intercalate in between the two strand. Once the correct strand amplified, it will give you the fluorescence, which will be the measurable through the machines. So this one is the cyber green, and another one is a Tachman probe. A Tachman probe which is specifically designed to identify the amplified DNA fragment, and these are the primers which are attached with the fluorescent dye. Okay, so here the difference is that cyber green is intercalating dye. Tachman is the specifically designed probe which will tag that primer and which will give the fluorescence once amplification is completed. So with the help of cyber green and Tachman probe, we can quantify the how much amount of polymerase chain reaction has happened. So this one is the representation of simple reaction, that if we add the Tachman probe, it will amplify and it will give you the fluorescence finally, which can be measurable with the help of softwares. So here, as I told you, we'll go into the detail of the application. So whenever we come to the microbial detection, So this microbial detection, why we need to do this microbial detection? Because it's not the thing that only regulatories are saying, that's why. Okay, so that means USP chapter number 1113 mentions the microbial identification. These are the guidelines, authentic guidelines from the pharmaceutical industry to detect the microorganism into the preparations specifically, okay, to ensure the drug product is free from viable microorganisms. And another thing is that the environmental monitoring. Environmental monitoring in the sense here, whenever you are manufacturing any medicine, any vaccine inside the industry, so right from QC lab to manufacturing area, the lab where you are going to test this uh, uh, vaccines, that environment should be the microorganism free, or whatever environment is there, in that environment you should know what are the microorganisms are available, or might be the facility needs sterile sometime if it is the exact manufacturing uh, facility. So environmental monitoring is the main task in pharmaceutical industry. You need to know the what are the microorganisms are available in your environment so that you can take proper action if it is the pathogenic one. The media QC testing is one more task in pharmaceutical industry. So that means whatever media you are using, you need to prove that these medias are fertile and very much available to grow the desired microorganism. So suppose suppose any XYZ microorganism using any selective media, okay, and if that selective media is not able to produce any growth of microorganism, so that means that media is not fertile, right? So it's required to prove that this media is fertile for the growth of any XYZ microorganism. You need to do the media QC testing, and for that the microbial detection is required. And another one is that the sterility failure investigation. Sterility failure investigation in the sense, there is a workflow for the production of vaccines, like raw material. From raw material, you need to inoculate the culture, fermentations, then purification, all these things. For each stage of your workflow, it might be possibility that your workflow is contaminated with any specific microorganism, and after that you got to know that the final product what you have achieved is contaminated with the one XYZ microorganism. So in that case, this case is called as a sterility failure. So now here it's required to find out that at what stage and what went wrong, and sterility has contaminated. So that can be possible with the help of qPCR. So environmental monitoring I already explained. And then the water for pharmaceutical use, also whatever raw material you're using for the pharmaceutical production is required to be detected with the microbial interventions. So simply with the help of qPCR, how we can do that? The isolation of nucleic acid. So here I'm not going to explain the complete workflow. So here the difference is that many commercial kits are available in market for the extraction of nucleic acid. It's not that you need to perform the complete practical, like you need to prepare the reagents and all. You just need to use any selective kit which will be approved by the regulatory authority for the extraction of nucleic acid. Then after that, you need to use a selected pre-designed primer. Pre-designed primer in the sense, for the which will be able to isolate that particular group of microorganism, either it is gram positive, gram negative, aerobe and anaerobe. For each type of microorganism, you have a pre-designed primers available in market, and you need to use that particular kit. So isolation of nucleic acid by using with the help of kits, selection of pre-designed primers, and then you need to perform a DNA amplification with the help of PCR. Okay, and not only the PCR, you can mention that it is a qPCR, quantitative PCR. And for quantification, you have a complete instrument which can analyze the data. So there are many software available with the different brands, like Thermo Fisher is there, then bioMérieux is there. So these are the companies who has their own data library, okay, for detection of each type of microorganism. So based on to the sequencing, based on to the signature fragment, we can identify which microorganism is available in contaminating or available in the detection method. Whatever it will be, it can detect. And another thing is that the based on to the genetic map restriction sites, some instruments are available in market which will be able to identify that particular microorganism based onto the genetic map, a unique genetic map. To explain this concept, I'll explain upcoming slides. So that means, so the microbial detection by using the chromogenic methods. Okay, this slide I have intentionally included. Okay, so in that also, what you need to do, the step one, isolation of colonies. Okay, then you need to prepare the suspension and inoculate this media containing cards. This will be the automated process, and you can see in each well there are the different types of medias are available. These are the chromogenic medias. Okay, near about 40 different medias are available in this card, and if you this card will aspirate that particular media inside, and after incubation it will produce a unique pattern. You can say this chromogenic pattern will be unique for each microorganism, and it will give you the direct name of that particular microorganism if your isolated culture is pure culture. Okay, so that's what. So data analysis, again, the automated process. Incubation is also the automated process, and the media containing cards aspiration will be the automated one. Only the manual thing is here is that you need to prepare your culture. Okay. Yeah, so similarly, so that's what about the microbial detection. The one more microorganism interferes with the vaccine development, specifically those preparation which are associated with the cell culture. In cell culture, mycoplasma contamination is quite common problem. Okay, so here you can see the mycoplasmas are the smallest microorganisms and simplest replicating prokaryotes, which will interface into the growth of cell and contaminate the preparation. So that is also possible. The way of identifying mycoplasma is similar. Only you need to isolate the specific DNA with the help of the kits, as I mentioned previously also, and you just need to run PCR and software will interpret the results. So these are the main tasks for the pharmaceutical workflow. That is the identification of microorganism, and another one is the identification of mycoplasmas. Okay. Hope. Now the one more workflow which is really focused point of during the manufacturing of vaccines, that is the rapid sterility testing investigations. Now here it has mentioned the rapid sterility. So why rapid sterility testing is required? So first thing is that if we go through by the classical method for the sterility testing, so it requires a 14 days. The 14 days means right from the classical method says that you for isolation of any microorganism, you need to stick that microorganism onto the plate and you need to incubate that plate for the 14 days for the final conclusion. So 14 days is a long time to release the batch. So the question for industries is that where I will keep my inventories then for the 14 days. So it's required something to conclude within 1 or 2 days or in few hours. That's why the qPCR will help you to conclude the sterility in a few hours only. So another thing is that where sterility test failures are the investigations are required when sterility failure is there. That means something you need to correct. Once you find the sterility issue in facility, that means you have to discard the whole batch whatever you have manufactured. So after that compliance or regulatory authority mentioned that it's required to find out where contamination came from. So for that sterility investigation, you need to use the qPCR technique to find out where it went wrong. So that's the complete idea. So rapid sterility testing with the help of qPCR will give you the accuracy and quality testing. And also it's hello, am I audible? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, in rapid stability testing, the sources of contamination needs to be uncovered. So as I explained you that whenever sterility failure faced by any manufacturer, it is required to find out the source of contamination, where from this contamination has arrived. Then after that, you need to take the corrective action against that, and so that in future that this uh, uh, contamination source will be blocked. That's the complete idea is. So in that workflow, simply the prepare sample in the sense, here I want to explain a little bit deep. Suppose that in workflow, right from raw material to fermentation to suppose that any vaccine manufacturing is having 5 different steps. Okay, so for you need to collect 5 different samples from each site, and then you need to find out whether from which source the contamination has arrived. That can be possible one. So prepare sample, set up the reaction, run qPCR, and analyze where from that and which microorganism and from where it has occurred into the preparation. That is required one. So the qPCR method is quite fast, sensitive, and specific for the finding out the contamination. Okay, so so that's all about the sterility one. The next application which is readily available into the workflow of pharmaceutical industry, that is finding a residual plasmid DNA and its quantification. So first of all, the residual plasmid DNA, we need to understand what does it mean by residual plasmid DNA. So during the manufacturing of vaccine or during the development, what we need to do, we need to integrate the DNA of interest into the plasmid and then transfect it into the microorganism. Now, when we prepare the vaccine, when we produce the vaccine, what we need to do, this microorganism will produce the vaccine inside or the desired molecule of interest, but the plasmid will remain there, and which is which we need to remove during the purification process. So still we need to make sure that this residual plasmid will not interfere the final preparation of the vaccine. That's the idea is, and that's why to identify whether your preparation or your sample is contaminated with the residual plasmid or not, again we need to use the PCR. So that means again the workflow will remain same. The isolation of residual plasmid DNA. Then after that you that residual plasmid DNA you need to subject to the qPCR, and then you need to see that with the help of specific probe you can amplify that and you can quantify what amount of residual plasmid DNA is interfering with the preparation. So it has some specific limits. If we do not remove that plasmid DNA, residual plasmid DNA, it can produce the immunogenicity and oncogenicity issue related to the patient health. So that's what we need to take care of, and we need to remove the residual plasmid DNA from the whole preparation. That's the idea is. So here it has mentioned from at which step you need to find out the concentration of residual DNA. So that means cell culture. When we culture the cell in raw material, you need to check there is no residual DNA. Purification step. Each purification step has to be make sure that residual DNA is not there. Also into the final batch release. So if you have a residual DNA, as I told you, the oncogenicity is the major issue, which will be not acceptable by the regulatory authority. That's the idea is. Okay, so for finding out the residual plasmid DNA, steps will be remain same. Every time I'm highlighting this, so that means you only need to isolate the plasmid DNA with the help of kits, whatever is available in market. Then select pre-designed primer, which will be specifically identified that particular plasmid DNA. During the development of vaccine, it's quite known that what vector or what plasmid we are using, and for isolation of that plasmid, already the pre-designed primers are there, and with the help of this pre-designed primer, we can amplify that particular plasmid, and we can quantify using amplify, and we can quantify using the plasmid using the qPCR, I'm saying. And finally, there are multiple softwares are available. Here I have given the example of Thermo Fisher to analyze the data. Okay, so that's all about the major application to the drug testing. And the next task or next topic which I want to cover here is the drug screening using gene expression analysis. So drug screening using gene expression analysis, in the sense, specifically the gene expression analysis is the widely used workflow, widely used application to find out the conclusion for many drug development related workflows. So I'll explain why this gene expression studies required one. That is, we know whenever any biological system works, they produce the proteins. Okay, so what protein they are producing, how they are producing, which in which condition they are producing that particular protein. All these things we need to study, and it is quite possible with the help of the gene expression analysis study. So in that gene expression, for that, here a little bit changes there. In previous application, you saw that you isolated plasmid DNA, you isolated the genomic DNA, but here we need to isolate RNA. Okay, so that means whenever you need to study the gene expression analysis, you need to isolate mRNA or desired RNA, which will be the expression for the further steps. Then when you need to convert that RNA into the DNA with the help of reverse transcriptase enzyme, and then amplification comes, and then after amplification you need to run the qPCR. So that means the quantity of this end product, end RNA, is depend onto the how much RNA has expressed by that particular cell or that particular system. So which can be analyzed with the help of software. That's the concept of gene expression actually. Okay. So before going to explain the details of next drug development application, we need to understand what is the gene expression analysis specifically. Whenever we talk about the gene expression analysis, we need to isolate RNA, and the concentration of this RNA is solely depend onto the expression. If expression is more, you will get more quantity in quantitative PCR. If expression is less, you will get less quantity in qPCR. That's the idea of gene expression analysis. Okay. From this, we can understand how cell functions and what are the cellular processes and how cell behaves in normal and abnormal condition. Abnormal condition, I'm talking about the disease condition. Okay. So now this slide will explain to you the development of map. Okay, so in development of map, these are the stages: discovery, the process development, preclinical trial, and then the GMP manufacturing trials. So these are the steps of drug development, I'll say. And here multiple applications are mentioned against each stage of drug development, which can be completed by the qPCR. So that means these many applications you can run on qPCR. And now this will be the exhaustive one if I explain every application. So that's why I have selected some specific application to understand the role of qPCR in drug development. Okay, so the first step is discovery. First one is the antigen identification. Okay, now the antigen identification in the sense, now we know that if we have to we want to develop any specific antigen, we need to go through the specific process, that is the B cell and myeloma cell will merge, they will produce the hybridoma. Okay, and this this hybridoma then cells then needs to expose to the antigens. Okay. Now, when we expose these cells to the antigen, they will express the specific mRNAs. Why they are expressing? Because they want to produce the antibodies. Okay. Now, if we expose this antigen, it might be possibility that this B or D cell will produce the different types of antibodies. That means against one antigen might be multiple antibodies can be synthesized. Okay. So now what we need to do here, we need to understand against this antigen how many antibodies are produced by that particular system or that particular cell, and which is the antigen is most effective against which is the most effective antigen to induce the immune system to produce the antibody. So that means suppose if we introduce one microorganism and that one microorganism has suppose 10 and or more than 10 epitopes. So that means then 10 different antibodies will be produced. But out of that 10 antibodies, one antibody will express at the highest level. So that means you need to select that particular antigen, which is giving the more expression and more producing more antibodies. How you can identify with the help of qPCR? So that means here you need to find out the mRNA. You need to isolate mRNA from the system, and this you need to find out which mRNA is giving the maximum expression. So that means with the help of qPCR, you can identify which is the exact antigen you need to work on. Okay. So that means in drug development, the antigen identification is the easiest method to find out by qPCR. That's what I mean to say. I hope you got the concept here. If you have a question, you can take a note of that. We'll answer after the completion of the presentation. Okay. So another task with the help of qPCR, that is antibody screening, or specifically into the maps. Okay. Now antibody screening, the concept is quite similar one. Okay. Now here, whatever antibodies produced by that particular cell against the antigen. So 10 antibodies can be produced. You need to find out which is most effective one, which is in high concentration. You can detect with the help of qPCR. That's the idea is. And another one is the biodistribution studies. The biodistribution studies in the sense, now antibodies are produced inside the system, but you need to see that whether these antibodies are making right action against the targeted cells or not, targeted tissues or not. That can be studied with the help of biodistribution studies. So that means you can expose the antibodies to the specific types of cell, and you can check the expression of desired gene, desired protein against that particular cell, so that you can say that these antibodies are working in that particular localized site of cells or tissues, we can say. Okay. So next one is the biomarker identification. Now, before going into detail, I just want to explain that what are the biomarkers. Biomarkers are the indicators or the measurable markers which can give us the brief about the pathogenic process. Which can give you the hint about that the actionable items of that biomarker. Biomarkers are simply the biomolecule. Biomolecule in the sense specifically they are the protein which can be identified. They can be the nucleic acids such as DNA and RNA. And these biomarkers can be the circulating microRNAs into the blood, and the virus-derived DNA and RNA. These are the biomarkers which can be identified with the help of gene expression analysis. Gene expression analysis, again, for all these things, you need to isolate mRNA from the system. So which can be produce their expression during the pathogenic condition, during the normal abnormal conditions. So you need to find out that which is the exact biomarker for that particular disease condition. We can identify with the help of qPCR. That's the idea is. And yeah, so here I'll brief about the other application. I've explained in detail antigen identification, biomarker, and antibody screening. Another one is the genotyping one. So in genotyping, what we need to do actually when we expose any antigen inside the system, it might be possibility that more than one type of antibodies produced against that particular antigen, depending on to the binding affinity with the epitope. And we need to differentiate them and we need to differentiate how we can differentiate even if the gene expression is little bit similar one. So we can isolate all the 4 or 5 mRNAs, whatever it will be, and then we will fragment them with the help of suppose the proteases and all, and then we will see what pattern we are getting in that. If these 10 antibodies are giving different 5-6 patterns, so that means there are 5-6 types of antibodies are there. So you can find out which are the closest associate antibodies available in genotyping that you can identify. So that's what the genotyping for that particular application. And another one, the cell line development. In cell line development specifically, when we develop a cell line, so that means here in case of recombinant vaccines. So in recombinant vaccines, what we need to do, we need to introduce the desired gene of interest through the plasmid or through the vector, we can say. Now, after that transfection, you will get the multiple colonies onto the culture media. Okay. Now, what you need to do, you need to find out that out of 5-6 colonies, which cell line is giving the maximum expression of that desired interest of gene. So you need to select one cell line which is giving maximum expression, that you can find out by using the qPCR technique. Again, the technique is that the gene expression. You need to find out in which cell line the maximum expression is possible. You need to sort out that particular cell and you need to use that cell for the vaccine development. That means you have developed a right cell line for the vaccine development. That's the idea is. So similarly, with the help of qPCR technique, you can identify which is the right clone, like a clonal selection, which is the right clone for the vaccine applications, vaccine development. So these are the multiple applications you can study in detail, in depth with the help of qPCR. That's the idea is. Okay, I'll not explain every technique. Okay. So that's what the summary of today's session. The vaccines are important remedy to fight infectious disease since ancient time, and quality testing of vaccine needs a rigorous accuracy to prove its effectiveness, and that's why the qPCR we have understood. And yes, if we understand in depth, the qPCRs are the sophisticated and effective sensitive techniques to effective sensitive methods to find out the right efficacy and quality of the vaccines. And we can use this qPCR into the development of vaccine very well. So that's what the complete idea of this presentation. That is how we can employ the qPCR or quantitative PCR for the quality control and the drug development of vaccines. So a simple thank you for giving me this opportunity to present the things. Thank you. If you have any questions, we can discuss.
So I request participants, if you have any queries, you can share with Dr. Arvind. Yes, from participant side.
Hello, sir.
Are you? Yes.
Can I ask one question?
Yeah.
Yes.
Uh, Yeah, very nicely explained. Thank you, sir, for your nice presentation. Mm, you told this applications of qPCR for this thing, mycoplasma, microbial, and microbial this thing detection.
Yeah.
So here we will require primers.
Yeah.
So the primers which are used are, I mean, random or?
No, not random one actually. As I told you that the data library, it's depend on to the data library, which is hello.
Hello.
Just a minute. I'll show you one slide. There is an interference.
Yeah, there is some disturbance.
Yeah. Okay. To answer your question, okay. So the microbial detection is based on to the specific design primer, and design primer. These are the research and R&Ds of a particular brand. For example, suppose the Thermo Fisher has developed a software. They have developed their own libraries based on to the sequencing of 16S rRNA. Okay, so they have their own library in which they have identified more than 16,000 of microorganisms. Okay, so that means their own software with their own kits can identify the microorganisms. Okay, this is the one concept. And another thing is that based on to the genetic map, based on to the genetic map in the sense, that's why I have explained this slide. Now, when we isolate a genetic material from any organism, and if we expose that particular genetic material to the restriction enzyme. Hello, I'll request you to mute your lines if interference is coming from your side. Anyone? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So the library, data libraries are purely the trademark of that particular brand, whatever it will be. For example, bioMerio is there, then Thermo Fisher is there. Again, I was explaining this concept, the based onto the genetic map. Genetic map in the sense, if you isolate that particular microorganism genomic DNA or plasmid DNA, whatever it will be, then you expose that particular DNA to the restriction enzymes, and then it will create their own pattern during the electrophoresis or during the qPCR. Okay, so that means that particular map or that particular data is the identity of that organism, you can say. For example, here I have explained the concept of chromogenic method. Here in each well, you can see there is a different medias are available, right? These are the chromogenic media. Okay, now if you isolate any one colonies, okay, you prepare suspension and then you put it into the machine. That means machine will aspirate that suspension. Each well will receive same organism. Okay, now after after incubation of 8 hours, this chromogenic media will give the different pattern. So that means microorganism will consume X media, will not consume Y media. Then this on the basis of that, that microorganism will have its own identity pattern. On the basis of that chromogenic media, it will give you that, yes, this is my identity and this organism is this one. Okay, so similarly in qPCR, based onto the genetic map, that particular microorganism has its own identity, and this data is generated into the library, data library, which is available into the software of that particular brand. Here I have mentioned a Thermo Fisher, suppose. Okay, again 16S RNA will give the specific identity to that microorganism to conclude that this RNA is amplified and this RNA is from that particular organism. This is how they segregate the identity on the basis of data library each brand has. Hope I have answered your question.
Yes. Got it, sir. So it is depending on the manufacturer's instruction and the consumables that we are using, or
Yeah.
we have to go by the this thing restriction mapping.
Yeah, restriction mapping, or another thing most important is the 16S RNA.
Yeah, that's 60 days. So
yeah. And another thing I have not explained, that is based on to the capillary electrophoresis also. Okay, so here I have not mentioned the capillary electrophoresis, that each after isolation, qPCR is connected to the capillary electrophoresis. After qPCR, okay, that amplified product will be uh, uh,
Sequence.
digested with the help of specific restriction enzyme, and then it will subject it to the capillary electrophoresis, which will give the unique pattern, and that pattern will be the identity of that microorganism. This is the whole concept actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it, sir. Got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Any other question?
One more question about mycoplasma also you said. So usually what are the chances that mycoplasma contamination is there?
Mycoplasma contamination is quite common if you are manufacturing vaccines through the cell culture.
Cell lines,
Yeah, cell lines. So cell line, the mycoplasma contamination is quite rare one.
Yeah.
Okay, so instead of normal microorganism, mycoplasma contamination is quite rare in cell line. Specifically for the recombinant vaccines. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I think the multiple passages and the starting material that we have used for cell line preparation, from there maybe it starts or something like that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, or the consumables which are used in cultivating, that also matters.
Yeah, see, the most sensitive method, most sensitive manufacturing is the vaccine manufacturing actually. It's very difficult to maintain the sterility throughout the selection of raw material to the manufacturing of finished product.
Correct.
So it's quite a difficult one. Okay.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thanks for your question. Any other question?
Yes, from audience. If anyone else has questions, you are requested to ask your queries. I think audience are preparing for examination. We do have a test at 7 p.m.
Sir, Sandeep sir, can I ask one query?
To resource person or me?
Yeah, resource person. Dr.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Arvind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I'm here.
Dr. Arvind sir, yeah, you delivered a very nice topic. In fact, we got the practical applications of how we are using the research for developing particular kinds of the kits or diagnosis purpose, right?
Yeah.
So I have a little bit query related with the, as you said, we can use 16-based identification by using qPCR or restriction map-based identification. Still further, can we proceed with the gene-specific use of gene-specific primer for identification of such microorganism?
Gene specific can be used one. Just you need to know what gene you are trying to identify. Actually, if you go to the website of various brands like Thermo Fisher, they have their own tool to find out the Tachman probe. So see, here you have to identify your specific gene. Okay, you know your gene, what it is, and for to identify that gene, you need to find out which kit, which Tachman probe you can use. You can find out through the website, or else if you have a complete sequence of your gene, you can design your own Tachman probe also. That is also possible one. Okay, so that means suppose you have an unknown microorganism and you know that that particular gene is unique identity of that microorganism. You can design your own Tachman probe with the help of brands available, and even if that microorganism is common one, you can use the Tachman probe which is available in market.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, sir, as you said, we can use chromosonic substrate. Yes, nowadays the use of chromosonic substrate is very common, but the cost is quite high as compared to the other substrates available. Okay, so can we use any another alternative mechanism so that we can cover that aspect as well?
See, here I'll suggest you to not to use this all medias for the identification of microorganism. There are some service providers are available in market now. I think as per me, if I am not wrong, which college? One college is in Mumbai. They have their instrument with them. That is
Vilog.
Vitek 2. Yeah.
Vitek 2. Yeah, I am familiar
Yeah,
with that.
Vitek 2
Vilog,
compact.
Vilog or
So
Vitek. Okay.
yeah. So if you have to identify any microorganism, you can use that services, which will be, I think, not more than 1,000 rupees per sample.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
instead of investing for the medias, you can use that services or outsource.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
KBP college is the KBP college Vashi. They have that instrument.
Yeah, Vitek.
Yeah, Vitek they have.
Even though many pathology labs are having such kind of the instruments, so we can approach to them as well.
Yeah. That's better actually. They will provide you the authentic report.
Mm-hmm. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, anyone else from audience again? So if there are no questions, I really thank Dr. Arvind for such an enlightening session for all the participants and we too. Dr. Arvind.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, thank you, Dr. Sandeep, and the Department of Biotechnology and Microbiology, RC Patel College, Shirpur. Thanks for this opportunity to present myself. After a very long time, I have delivered such kind of lectures to the peoples from academia. I think it's been 6-7 years after that. So I hope this session has given you some information, and I hope it will work for this session.
Your session absolutely connect academia with industry. So I thank you once again and hope you will be available for us in future too.
Yeah.
Thank you once again. I request participants. There are a few instructions for the participants now.
Hello, we are not able to hear the instructions, sir.
Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. We will have the validity session now in next 2-3
Yeah.
minutes.
Okay.
Are you listening to me?
Yeah, I am listening to you.
Yes, ma'am. We will have the validity function. We will start it exactly at maybe in the next 4 or 5 minutes. And
Okay.
in that, we will give you the further instructions.
Okay, no problem, sir.
All right. Please don't
Yes,
leave.
all right, sir.
Yes, please don't leave the meeting. Stay tuned. We'll get back to you soon.
Yeah, sure, sir.
त्याची शीट एवढीच आहे लहान झाला नाही ना मग आर्यनच्या तुमच्या आणि दोघांचे आणि म्हणजे आताही करता येते
Hello, Sandeep sir is there?
Yes.
Sandeep sir, when I'm filling this feedback form on ATAL portal, it is saying
Sorry?
that attendance is not being updated.
Sorry. Feedback form on the portal. Please
I mean,
repeat.
you have to update the attendance on the ATAL portal. Then only we can fill up the feedback form.
Okay, let me check. Let me check in portal. You please attend the test at 7 p.m. exactly. It is going to start. There will be link available in your login for test, which is to be commenced at 7 p.m. You please attend the test. I will take care of your feedback and attendance.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay.
Sir, for the test and feedback, the link will be shared in the WhatsApp group, right?
Hello?
Oh.
No. The links for feedback and test will not be shared in WhatsApp group. It is already available in your login. See,
Okay.
if you're logged in your portal, on left side menu, you will find online test link and feedback link.
Okay. Okay.
One
Sir.
very important instruction for participants. I have set the timing for test is 7 p.m. You will not be able to open the test before 7 p.m.
Sir, once we complete the test, then only we need to fill the feedback.
Please complete the test, then fill the feedback.
Okay.
Then you will get certificate.
Okay.